I'm tied to the shit. I want to be in the shit. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm tied to the past, and it's and I'm kind of going on a tangent, but it's just having that clarity. I think that you're able, to see that you can avoid. It's all about just staying in flow. And I think going back to that, when you're in flow, for me, life just moves so much easier. Yeah.
Well, you said a couple things that I want to come back to if I may. Important, so I want to put a little spotlight on them. And one is you talked about taking off that backpack, and I think we all have pretty much a constant set of issues, whether they're new ones or they're old ones from childhood. And we have a constant set of fears, whether they feel like we're born with them, like they're a genetic. Sometimes there's a genetic, component to a fear of heights, for instance, or whether it's something we're just in a position that we're fearing, like your friend getting out of an abusive relationship. And when we are willing to just meet the fear, and we're maybe not even ready to take the backpack off.
Like when windmills exist, like they do okay. But again, like what is the
disposal of Palm Springs? I was in Palm Springs last week.
Like what is the disposal of this technology look like?
Ben, I'll just mention it quickly. There's a YouTube channel called The Chill Financial Historian, and one of his videos he talks about how France escaped all the problems that Germany and other Western European countries are having now with energy. Because like 20, 25 years ago, they invested heavily in nuclear power plants, and they're upgrading them now. But France is independent. We can vote. I like the Jews. I want this. There's an abundance of energy. The problem is 30, 40 years ago, nuclear power was coming into its own. And we had the movie, The China Syndrome, the left completely destroyed any chance of nuclear power in this country. If you want all electric vehicles, you've got to have the infrastructure. You've got to have the power source that can fund that. And nuclear is the way to go.
There has to be. Like you brought that up, Alan. I really am.
Yeah.
Like it's
right.
much
Let me land with this. Right now in California, all of the energy that is being fund all of the Teslas in Southern California comes from natural gas and fossil sources. I don't know what percentage the windmills are, but I am sure it is minimal. You're just transferring into different.
Nature for future generations. I really do. I'm actually quite lots of things I disagree with the Trump administration on environmental policies. To quite frankly, I think he gets environmental policies wrong. Quite frankly, but with that being said, if we want to have those conversations about conserving our nature and conserving this shouldn't be a left versus right issue. The answer has to be nuclear power. Like we should be investing up to wazoo in nuclear power. Again, I don't think that the answer is solar. I don't think the answer is wind. I think that there's a place for it. I think hydro is good as well. Especially here in the Northeast where we have crazy tides and stuff, where like you can, there's been companies that have invested in doing wind turbines under the water kind of thing to harness the powers of the tide. That primary driving force of this has to be nuclear power. It is the cleanest, it is the most efficient source of power, it is the safest.
Only reason I said that is I didn't know what you thought of the solutions for this. But yeah, like so for me, I do like what I see, like coming from places that are microgrids. It's just so expensive. I like what they're doing at 3 Mile Island with a company with Microsoft. I like that. And so there's things that they can do. Elon Musk was.
Maybe this is your morning meditation. Good morning, Marion. Welcome to your morning meditation, Marion.
Anytime. Thou art Yahweh. Thou art Eon, a no-trace law. Thou hast distinguished between the just and the unjust. Thou didst make the female and the male. Thou didst produce the seeds and the fruit. Thou didst form men to love and to hate one another. I am Ankaf the consul thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mysteries, the ceremonies of heaven. Thou didst produce the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of the tongue, a Thophras wrong. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of heaven. Hear me. Allein, Yahweh, Ribet, Set, Belathan, Abeu, Abeu, Theta, so a, Ebe, Theaof. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. One, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me, who are Mario Dom, Babylon, Balvin, Abaf, Asa. Yeshua, mighty and bornless one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, Spirit subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. This is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he whom the winds fear. This is he who, having made voice by his commandment, is Lord of all things, King, ruler, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Angelos Tonfian, Alala Lai, Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the feet, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds. The heart girt with the serpent is my name. Come thou forth and follow me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air which is quite peculiar. Because in the world of science, there are no longer any secrets. Because the bornless ritual. Thee I invoke the bornless one, thee that didst create the earth and the heavens.
I'm Lon Duquette, and I have just a few thoughts.
Still growing and growing. Bigger and bigger. The earth is getting smaller. Your head is now above the clouds, towering among the stars. The earth, a small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Far out in the universe, you see a brilliant, scintillating white light. Imagine and visualize a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. With it, bring the ball of light down and touch your forehead, vibrating the word Atto.
Atto.
Which means thou art. The hand is now brought straight down to the region of the solar plexus, and with it sends a great shaft of pure white light, encompassing your now enormous astral body. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malku. Malku. Meaning the kingdom. Visualize and feel this brilliant ray or shaft of pure light which has descended from above and encompasses your tremendous astral body. Touch the right shoulder. With this tap, a sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder, in tone of the word Vagabura.
Vagabura.
Which means and the power. Roll your right hand across your body and imagine that from this right sphere of light extends a beam of scintillating light, penetrating the chest and continuing through and just beyond the left shoulder. And at this time, the left shoulder is tapped, and another sphere of light is formed while you vibrate the word Vagabura, which means and the glory. this manner is formed the cross of light. Now clasp your hands in a praying position on your chest, with both arms and elbows raised, to be encompassed in the horizontal beam of light. Vibrate the final word, La'olam. Amen. Mean forever. Amen. For the ceremonial instrument, you may use a stick of incense, a ritual dagger, or the pointed index finger of your right hand. Inscribe in the air before you a large vanishing pentagram. That means, with your ritual instrument in your right hand, start at the lower left-hand point of the pentagram, opposite and outside your left hip. The hand is moved to the uppermost point of the pentagram, which is pictured in front of and just above your forehead. Inwards to outside and opposite the right hip. Now move upwards diagonally to outside and opposite the left shoulder. Horizontally across your body to a point and outside your right shoulder. And complete the pentagram by moving down to the starting point opposite your left hip. As your hand moves, visualize a beautiful blue flame which follows the point of the dagger as it inscribes the five-pointed star. When the pentagram has been completely traced, vibrating the deity name, Yod-Hey, imagining that your voice carries forward to the end of the universe. With dagger still extended, turn it in place or circumambulate to your right, to the south, and make a vanishing pentagram. That is, starting from the lower left and moving to the upper center. And with the central thrust of the dagger, vibrate the deity name. Dagger. Turn or move to the west. With arm and dagger extended. Make the same type of pentagram as before. As you once again score the dagger in the center of the star, vibrate the darkness.
still extended, make the same type of pentagram. Vibrate the deity name. With arm and dagger still pointed, return to the east. Complete your circle of flame by bringing the point of your dagger to the center of the first pentagram. Pause a moment. Imagine, and above all, realize, you are standing in a flaming circle with beautiful fiery pentagrams in each quadrant. With arms outstretched in the form of a cross, say and vibrate before me, Raphael. Behind me, Gabriel. At my right hand, Michael. At my left hand, Oriel. Before me flames the pentagram, and in the column stands the six-rayed star. Once again using the Kabbalistic cross, as before.
Was he Joseph?
Imagine yourself beginning to grow taller. The earth is getting smaller. A small, revolving ball beneath your feet. Scintillating white light. Visualize this brilliant light descending to form a sphere of light just above your head. Raise your right hand slightly above your forehead. As the shaft of light descends to the feet, vibrate the word Malkuth.
What is it like to be a god?
A sphere of light is formed just off the right shoulder. In tone of the word Vagaboo. Which means and the power. Lower your Vagabula. Vagabula. Which means, and the glory. In this manner is formed the cross of light.
The Negro proved to the white man
Now
that he
clasp your hands with both arms and elbows raised.
the Negro can
Try
prove
for the
people.
final word, Laola. Laola.
The trap is the best thing happened ever to us. Because she believed, the entire population of this Nordic magician, that he is the magician of the highest order. That he is there in his irrational mind to create confusion in order that the human being to find new order. The trap is the best thing happened.
I said President
behind me, at my left hand, before me flames the pentagram. In the column stands the six-rayed star. is for men to love one another and to hate one another. I am come to thy prophet, unto whom thou didst commit thy mistress, the ceremonies of the moist and the dry, and that which nourisheth all created life. Hear thou me, for I am the angel of Tom, of Hophras Ram. This is thy true name, handed down to the prophets of heaven.
Guys, you didn't you only read the people where
Yeah.
it's spooky.
All
That
the
one thing you do is just three and actually
Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth, and rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. I invoke thee, the terrible and invisible God, who dwellest in the void place of the Spirit. So thou one, hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, scourge of God, may be obedient unto me. Hear me, who are Mario Dom, Babylon and Balvin Abbas, Asalo Nine, Arsenio, E, Protest, Agron Sex, R-A-O-O-U, Isure, mighty and bornless one. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the ether, upon the earth and under the earth, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, on dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of a rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Thus all Isaac, this is the Lord of the gods. This is the Lord of the universe. This is he who is Lord of all things, King, ruler, and helper. Hear me, and make all spirits subject unto me, so that every spirit of the firmament and of the dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. Hear me. Angelos Tantian Alala Lai Gaia. Diathana Thoron. I am he, the bornless spirit, having sight in the fate, strong and the immortal fire. I am he, the truth. I am he who hate, that evil should be wrought in the world. I am he that lighteneth and thundereth. I am he from whom is the shower of the life of earth. I am he whose mouth ever flameth. I am he the begetter and manifester unto the light. I am he, the grace of the worlds, the heart. Dry land and in the water, of whirling air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God may be obedient unto me. E-R-O, Sa-Ba-O. Such are the words.
Hello?
I proclaim that I have banished the shells until their habitations. I invoke Tahuti, the Lord of wisdom and of utterance, the God that cometh forth from the veil. O thou, majesty of the Godhead, wisdom who round Tahuti, Lord of the gates of the universe, thee I invoke. O thou of the ibis head, thee I invoke. Thou who wieldest the wand of double power, thee I invoke. Thou who bearest in thy left hand the rose and cross of life and light, thee I invoke. Thou whose head is as an emerald, and thy limbs as the night sky blue, thee I invoke. Thou who mine is the unseen force whereof the gods are sprung, which is as light unto the dwellers in the watchtowers of the universe.
God of wisdom is in my heart. My tongue is the sanctuary of truth, and a guard sitteth upon my lips. My word is accomplished every day, and the desire of my heart realizes itself as that of the tower when he created his world. I am eternal, therefore all things are as my designs, therefore do all things obey my word. Therefore do thou come forth unto thee from thine abode in silence, all wisdom, all light, all power. So, Hermes, Mercury, Odin, why whatever name I call thee, thou art still nameless to eternity. Come thou forth, I say, and aid sending, changing ever and ever the same. The sun is thy father, thy mother the moon. The wind hath borne thee to the earth, on dry land and in the water, of roaring air and of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God.
It's the end of the mystery, and you see this in the it's a very internal, it's an external, what's going on here? Looking at him, looking away, what's going on? Nobody would say a word. He just stared at me. A very serious, focused, deadly, and just like kill you any second kind of stare. Realized that he wasn't there anymore. He was somewhere else.
Motherfuckers.
It's the end of the mystery. And how do you see this? I mean, do you, is it
Relaxation. It is important that all the exercises on all of these tapes be performed regularly. Sooner or later, some salutary results may follow. You might then wish to offer up a prayer of thanksgiving at the opening of each practice session. Use your own imagination and ingenium to compose the kind of prayer that suits you and your own beliefs, rather than follow slavishly some already existent prayer, no matter how excellent it may be. Physical or occult, relaxation of physical and mental tension is considered a prerequisite. Unfortunately, most systems contain only a rudimentary technique inadequately developed for the use of the new student without any assurance that it will produce results. I want to present a time-honored viewpoint that is repeatedly confirmed with usage of the newer scientific techniques of biofeedback. First of all, the student is to lie down on his back on any hard surface, or on a bed with a firm mattress, or on a table covered by a thick blanket. A well-carpeted floor has been known to be most satisfactory. For some, a small cushion is permitted for the head. Will prove of inestimable value. You should engineer some rudimentary relaxation of the diaphragm, the big muscle separating separating the chest from the abdomen. What is proposed then is for the student to consider in his imagination every part of the body from brain to the tips of the toes. No intricate knowledge of anatomy is really required. On the other hand, however, if the student has been taught the broad outlines relating to anatomy and physiology, he may find that knowledge useful. While lying on the back, a thick, large pillow should be slipped under the knees so that the knees are raised some few inches from the surface. This tends to induce a mechanical relaxation illusions and depressions. Try to feel that this brain, normally white and grey in colour, becomes pinkish in hue as you think of it. This visualization dilates the blood vessels in the head, automatically directing an increased blood supply there. This creates warmth over and above the normal amount, and this radiating outwards to surrounding structures produces a relaxation. Maintain this visualization long enough to become aware of some kind of sensation in the head. Subjective sensations of warmth and tingling. Yet these are not wholly subjective. Biofeedback experiments indicate that the temperature of fingers or toes using this method may be increased by a degree or two. Being the hallmarks of the induction of a local release of tension. Passing contemplation downward to the ears, reflecting also on the inner ear mechanisms, the cheeks of the face and the nose. Imagine the blood flowing there, bringing about a relaxation of muscular and blood vessel tension by reason of the warmth induced by the mass of blood in that area. Pause long enough until the appropriate reactions and sensations are clearly noted. Meantime, should your attention wander away to the events of the day, don't get angry or irritable. Wait quietly for a few seconds and gently bring the attention to the consideration of the area in question. The mind is bound to wander at the beginning of these of the teeth, the chin, and the angle of the jaw. This procedure having been applied to the whole head, including the back of the head, you should pause for a little while to become completely aware of the sensations involved. Also note that the entire body should have begun to lose its grosser tensions. Since the brain is the nerve center of the whole psychosomatic organism, When it relaxes, so also will all other subsidiary parts. The neck is the next area to be considered. The student should visualize the windpipe with all its component parts, if he knows them by name, together with muscles and glands in the front, sides, and back of the neck. They should be imagined as turning pink due to the dilatation forearm, wrist, hand, and fingers, running for a minute or so on each part, feeling a sensation of warmth and tingling there, firmly telling each part to relax. Return in imagination once more to the shoulders. Visualize the entire chest cage. Within this cage are several large and important organs: the bronchial tubes, the lung, heart, large arteries and veins leading to and from them, and the diaphragm. Also make note of and feel the powerful web of muscles which aid the breathing function. Just make a simple picture of this cage and begin to feel that slowly the blood pours into every dilated artery, vein, and capillary, enabling them to convey larger quantities of blood than before. Because of this increased blood supply, a greater quantity is being generated in the chest, resulting in a generally diffused sense of relaxation. So far as the abdomen and pelvis are concerned, a similar technique is to be followed. Thinking of the large areas which include the individual organs that you know to be housed there. Feel the warm scent of the blood and experience fully the sensation of aliveness that the consideration of those parts produces. As you consider the thigh as far down as the kneecap, in a manner similar to that applied to all other portions of the body until you become aware of the warmth and relaxation of the heavy, thick muscles. Then pass downwards with the mind to the ankle and finally to the tips of the toes. Become fully aware of each minute part of the body becoming absolutely flooded by the bloodstream, which enables it to undergo this needed release of tension. The entire process from head to toe should take not less than a half an hour at first. More time would even be more satisfactory. As time goes on, less time may be necessary to induce relaxation, until finally the mere wish or thought to relax will spontaneously induce all muscles Stretch and twist your body. Relax the muscles. Twist and stretch again. Relax. Exhale and let your body flop from the waist, dangling like a rag doll. Inhale and bring your body back into the upright position. Loose and relaxed. Like a rag doll. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. In, up, 3, 4, out, flop, 3, 4. Wiggle your body, up and down like a snake. Turn it loose, as if it were boneless. Let go completely. Arms, head, neck and shoulders, all loose. Living God, by using an ancient prayer. Who should not praise thee, O Lord of the universe, unto whom there is none like, whose dwelling is in heaven, and in every virtuous and God-fearing heart. O God, thou vast one, thou art in all things. O nature, thou self from nothing, for what else can I call thee? In myself I am nothing. In thee I am self, and exist in thy selfhood from eternity. Live thou in me, and bring me unto that self which is in thee. Now stay in it. Do not move from it in any way. From this moment forward, remain absolutely motionless. Make a voluntary muscular movement, not even a wiggle of the toe or the bending of a finger. Motionless. Now try to feel what is going on inside your body. Back again. Slowly, deliberately, methodically. Verbalize what you do feel. Speak out loud as though reporting your different sensations. You are attempting to do one thing, heighten your awareness of sensations inside your own body. You may become conscious of an itching in the scalp. Leave it alone. In a moment or two, it should die down and then totally disappear. Your attention sensations in the different parts of the body will come and go without apparent rhyme or reason. Watch them. Become aware of your body as something you have lived with. And perhaps now, for the first time, you watch it let go and become and relax. criticize or reject any of these sensations. They may be comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise, but they are your own. Try to become keenly aware of all the sensations without trying to ignore them or to change them. Be aware of everything that is going on inside. This is the process of eventually leading to self-realization, the integration of the whole man. Sensations in different parts of the body will come and go. Watch them. Verbalize and study what you do feel. Make no judgments about what you observe. Make no effort to separate your mind, your awareness, from these bodily sensations. There may be a great temptation to think of something else to distract your mind from discomfort. Don't succumb to this. Just watch and observe. Don't criticize or reject any of the different sensations, comfortable or uncomfortable, pleasurable or otherwise. They are your own. Accept them just as they are. You do nothing else but merely observe the rise and fall of sensation without attempting to modify whatever may occur. This practice heightens the function that is called self-recollection, mindfulness, experience what is going on inside your body. Become aware of what is happening. Observe the rise and fall of bodily and muscular sensation. Don't attempt to modify whatever sensory phenomena may occur. Verbalize. Express clearly what comes before your attention, your awareness, what you feel. tried to become aware of what it feels like? Let your mind move around. Don't try to restrain it or to fix it on any one area or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside from head to toe. Take the time to really get the feel of your body. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body. With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. From the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Whether it is beginning to tingle or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. stretch and twist and enjoy the feeling of your body on the surface. Try and feel what it's like. Wiggle your body around. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. And as you finally let it at rest, give thanks for whatever guidance you have received or progress made. Blessed be thou, Lord of the universe, for thy glory flows out to the ends of the universe, rejoicing.
Hi, John.
Express
Oh, how's
clearly
it
what
doing?
comes before your attention.
Hi, John. How's it doing? Free
You're
throw?
aware. What you feel.
Oh, free throw.
Realize that you are becoming aware of your body. You are really trying to become aware of what it feels like. Let your mind move around. Or to any one sensation. Let your mind float around inside, from head to toes. Take the time to really get the feel of your body. Become aware all the time, not just when it hurts or when there is a pain or an ache. Feel and experience the difference in the different parts of your body. Sense what is going on within your body.
That's all you need to say.
With one broad mental sweep, become aware of the body as a whole. from the crown of the head to the tips of the toes. See what the body feels like. Or whether it has just faded out, leaving you as a kind of free-floating entity, a free floating self. Now stretch. What sensations do you derive from this? They can be extraordinarily pleasant and pleasurable, and should be. Feel what your body is like as you move it, and as you finally let it at rest. If whatever guidance you have received or progress made, blessed be the ends of the universe. Rejoice.
Hudson boys. Now I'm gonna drive off from Palm Beach Speedway here to the fucking place. Love you. Stay tuned to Double Barrel. There he is. Palm Beach Pete.
Pues jamás te escucharé. No. ChatGPT can make money online with $0. Yes, you can.
I'm Lon Ducat, and I have just a few thoughts I'd like to share.
I can't believe there's people that exist, that breathe, that have reason, that believe that Whataburger is better than In-N-Out. It's a very serious problem. I've met one.
That our tax dollars are being used to give trans surgeries to the legal and more links that prove it. So basically what the Democrats are doing is they are saying if you are an illegal immigrant, if you snuck into America and you want your penis cut off, American taxpayers will pay $50,000 for it. And that, why are Democrats paying for trans surgery? Because the people who are most likely to vote Democrat are trans. If you actually survey trans people,
During Biden's administration, before Kitover and the Trump administration.
It's just how they count the statistics.
Can't
We all
bank.
know.
No.
Yeah.
Come on.
It is.
Really good.
How come simultaneously, if Biden deported the most illegals from coming into our country or that were in our country, then how does he also have the most illegals that came into our country in the span of 4 years?
But how does that begin?
Yeah, so it's a net loss. Like what you're looking at it as, well, you look at it as a net positive, I look at it as a net loss. So if he turned this many away from the border, let's say 30 million were trying to get in, and he only let 20 million in, but hell, he turned 10 million of them behind. Two-thirds of them come into the country illegally. We know it. They had an app set up. You can't deny that.
So if you have to go by something,
What you love to do is you watch the statistics where you're clearly aligned with them. You caucus with them. There's no question. Okay, so it's clear that the agenda is just to overwhelm the right. And look, we got people on the right to go along with it for their own self-interest. Like cheap labor. Look, the Koch brothers, they'll play both sides of the fence to get their cheap labor out of this. Walmart wants this because every little immigrant, every Jose needs a new pair of shoes, right? Self-interest. That's what people are actually driven.
No, I think Democrats should talking about deportation, fascism, essentially they construction of the border wall. But to me, though, my point is essentially it still stands is that if the Democrats were in favor of letting anybody come into the country, why would it so nobody
I think I can answer Necro respectfully because I do respect Necro, and I'll be very specific. The reason why the Democrats deported illegal.
The past few days of Angela Merkel, former Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain. So we have Germany, we have Britain, as well as even the Italian Prime Minister now. But the Spanish Prime Minister just recently gave 500,000 African migrants basically amnesty. And it's because the Spanish people hate their leadership, because they are allowing these illegal migrants to come in for their votes. It's the same thing here in America. The Democrats want to destroy the country by allowing millions of more illegal alien refugees from all around the world to pour in to collect their votes. It is a scheme. It is a scam. It is a fraud. And Kash Patel, when he's finished drinking all his beers, partying all the time, maybe he'll do something about it and start arresting politicians. Until we start arresting criminal politicians, nothing will this year. And Donald Trump has to take his eyes, his gaze, his power, and he needs to refocus within. We need to get to the root. We need to rip this tree up, and we need to chop its roots up, which is the Democrat Party. They are criminals. They are fraudsters. They are liars. They are thieves. And until we see arrests, we will never, ever be free of these parasites. These parasites are killing us. They are low IQ, they are weak, they are effeminate, they are brainwashed, they are suicidal. They hate our history, they hate themselves, and they are miserable, horrible, pathetic people who have no intelligence, no courage, no morality, no strength. And I say we crush them, we arrest them, we imprison them, and we put them through the trials and the courts. And if the Democrat judges don't agree and they release, well, then we arrest the mass arrests in this country. I am complete.
How about the top 1%?
Overall, like I would agree, the Democrats are the big mostly want to keep immigration on the second budget issue for the same reason. But I would say the same thing about beforehand, but that's why I call the question about whether or not they actually are concerned about what they want to have immigrants coming over the border, as opposed to just keeping it alive as a budget issue to accuse the other side of xenophobia or racism.
And where's Alex Soros right now? He's in Spain with the Progressive Movement International Symposium. They call it the Progressive Movement. It's not progressive. It's murder. Shove down your throat of lies. And if you speak up, you're labeled racist. If you speak up, you're labeled xenophobic. And weak, effeminate men like Necro, who have had sexual intercourse with trans people, are part of the problem. This young man needs to become a man. Necro, go join the army. Go join the Marines. Go join the Navy. Do something with your life. Be a patriot. Fight and resist this tyranny. These people are traitors. They're liars. They're low IQ. They are gay. They are effeminate. They are traitors. We need to imprison them. We need to arrest them. Their corruption, their frauds, their criminality ends. These teacher unions are RICO racketeering organizations. Guys like ML are effeminate, low IQ, and they are traitors. ML, you're the problem. Necro, you're the problem. All you people on this app, that are basically on here wasting their lives creating propaganda content, you're the problem. I am complete.
Yeah, I agree. We should put all the politicians in there.
Lindsey Graham is like new Gingrich, and he's a chick.
What does he even do?
What?
What's he supposed to do? Is that Lindsey Graham? What he's saying is not very good.
I think that he should not be demanding. He's too low to the platform. So I wouldn't want anything right with the front lines. Trust me, I wouldn't.
Oh, you're going to go to the front lines, ML, and defend America? Yeah, right, ML. You'll be at the back of the line complaining like that's all you do. Lindsey Graham knows how to win. People don't like Lindsey Graham because he wins, and he wins, and he wins, and he wins, and he's unstoppable. And you got to respect the winning. Guys like ML say, oh, I won't be at the front lines. You'll be in the back of the line complaining like what you do on Clubhouse for years. You fucking complaining little cock. You're a cuck complainer. You're a Democrat liar. You're a fraudster and a spinner. You are an effeminate, weak traitor. We don't respect you, and we should deport you. We should arrest you, and we should send you back to your mother country. Goodbye, ML. Puh.
What's your mother country? Because who doesn't represent the masses? That's what I was talking to.
I mean, I especially think that he should not be elected to the White House after he talked about invading other countries like Cuba to try to establish U.S. supremacy.
And we are so.
Trump cannot fail us. He has to go within. He has to root out these Democrat criminal politicians in every major U.S. city by using the FBI and the local police. And if he has to deputize the police and make them federal employees because the city is going to fire them, so be it. We will create the largest federal criminal police network the world has ever seen, and we will mass deport all illegal aliens. We won't allow one illegal alien in this fucking country, not one. You will be here with your legal papers. There's no, I got here, and then we're going to figure it out. No, 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 no. If you go to India, if you go to Russia, and you fuck around, you will be put in jail in a slave labor camp for 10 fucking years. In America, we give you housing, we give you credit card, we give you food, we give you daycare, we give you healthcare, we give you everything. Realizes the scam and the fraud, and he's still funding it because he doesn't know how to cut off the money, because the Democrat judges keep saying, no, 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 Donald Trump, it is already in legislation. We've got the money. We're taking the money. No, Donald Trump, deploy the police. Make arrests. Don't let these Democrat judges get away with it. Make warfare and lawfare your motto, your methodology to conquesting America, because we've been conquested by the liberal left woke progressives. This progressive movement is a fraud. It is a communist socialist scam to fuck the taxpayers. These people are liars and fraudsters, and until we use the police to make arrests, nothing will change. We have to advocate for the police making arrests of politicians, using the FBI and lawyers and judges to file RICO charges. These are criminal conspiracies and racketeering. We won't allow it. It's criminal.
by it. The president. Go get it, girl. Or boy. I don't know.
We have a county treasurer here in Illinois. She stole $50 million from the county. How the fuck is that even possible? It's because there's nobody's watching. We don't have actuarial scientists, forensic accountants. We don't know what the fuck to do. Fraud is everywhere. And in Chicago, the mayor can take out $1 billion loan to pass it out to his nonprofit scam artist friends. It's all taxation under a different name. It's called the progressive movement. Is really just the we're going to do more movement. That's all it really. I didn't bring it up. I said the progressive movement is a taxation movement. It's a scam and it's a fraud. Go ahead, ML. Complain about the gas price. Go ahead.
I don't complain about the gas price because guess what? I don't complain about groceries because guess what? I'm good.
Oh, and you know what's so amazing is the government butters your bread. You work in IT in the army or whatever the fuck you did, but you didn't start a business. The government. It's about who rules and runs and governs them now. We don't want parasites like you ruling over us. We don't want trans social activists ruling over us. We don't want Democrat female criminal lawyers and abortionists ruling over us. We don't want black reparation tax socialist communists ruling over us, ML. That's why you got to get to the back of the line with Lindsey Graham and keep complaining, bitch.
Yeah, hold on, Spartan. Look, ML, you have a lot to say, but when I ask you very direct questions, you don't have.
I'm working. What was the question? I was away from my phone.
Oh, no.
No, I was. That's why sometimes you guys go American.
Making all that American money, right?
I am an American. Which end of money do you want me to make? You want me to get paid in euros or pounds? Or what is it? Or what do you want me to get paid in? Do you live in America and work in America?
He's from the U.S. Virgin Islands. He's an American.
Yeah, but it's not really a flex, though, to talk about how rich you are.
No, I said I'm not complaining about the price of shit, and I'm good.
Hold on, what's the cost of living?
Don't hear the most
How much do you have to pay for your import tax when you actually have to bring stuff in? The cost of living in our territories is extremely expensive. I'm sure y'all have additional taxes or tariffs, just like Puerto Rico does. And right?
Yes, they do
Yeah, I know.
a lot of the stuff, but
It's super fucking expensive.
Hold on.
And I would have to guess that the U.S. Virgin Islands are just like Hawaii and Puerto Rico. Most of the money, when you look at it from the countryside, like Hawaii, $4 out of $5 that goes to Hawaii is money. And I'm sure it's the same for U.S. Virgin Islands. They don't really have those. They're making tons.
curious. Do you know? Hold on. Just this shit you guys told me. You guys know what you're talking about. Do you know for the last? Hold on, Joe. Hold on.
Don't get any federal funds. I can try.
We get more tourists to the Virgin Islands than I think
In Hawaii does a lot of tourists.
Hold on.
$4 out of $5. If Hawaii wouldn't exist without the American
That is bullshit. Because Hawaii is
influence.
I've never lived in Hawaii. I've never lived in Hawaii.
Okay, so $4 out of $5 that go to Hawaii comes from federal funds. It's not from the tourism. It's not their largest industry. Federal the point that Alistair was making about, yes, your little islands would not be able to survive without federal assistance.
Can you be done? Okay, now you're done. Okay, let me go now. The point you're making is that the net takers from the federal government are red states. Make that make sense. If you have such brilliant economic.
Oh, here we go again.
So hold on. If you look at the net takers.
It's the red states and it's the gasoline tax. Okay, 2 more complaints. Thank you, ML, for your submission. Wow. Incredible.
So, the point you made is that, yes, I'm from the United I don't live there currently, but I am going to retire back there. I go there often because this is.
Not if I get elected. I'll make sure you can never go back. We'll send you back to West Africa. And we will strip you of your pension. We'll make sure you never collect another federal dollar the rest of your life. You out your butthole. Oh, thank God El Normo's here. He could maybe talk some sense into you, ML, because you are so brainwashed, so brain rotted out. I fear that our government giving you even one more pension dollar. I know you got an ex-wife and she cleans you out. That's the greatest justice. That's what I know, and that's what I like to see, is that when big mouth, big brain, stupid lying communist socialists and progressive faggots like yourself get cleaned out by their ex-wives, that's what really gives me joy in my heart. When I know that your retirement's fucked because your ex-wife got you by your balls. That's real justice, ML. That's real fucking justice. Your ex-wife has your balls in her mouth. Taking your pension, taking your income. Bitch, your wife owns your ass, and that gives me joy.
For the U.S. Virgin Islands. It makes up, almost a majority of the money that goes to the islands.
Well, your ex-wife didn't get your pension, but she still got you by the balls. And I'm so happy your marriage fell apart because you're such a know-it-all. Your ex-wife eventually got annoyed with you. And she said, fuck it. It's not worth it. From my birth to my death, I don't want to live with this fucking know-it-all socialist, communist parasite.
And honestly, do you even have a woman?
Oh, I got a lot of women, baby. And they ain't got me by the balls like your ex-wife got you by the balls. So you gotta come in these good rooms and waste people's time. I think you're trying to get laid, actually, at the end of the day. You go into politically correct, you think this Patty or First Lady can give up that fat ass to you. Oh, I don't think I'm funny. I know I'm funny, and I'm glad your ex-wife ruined your fucking retirement, bitch.
This is the President Trump discussion. Thanks everybody for coming. We're talking about Donald Trump, the greatest president who's ever lived in America. He's doing incredible things domestically. He's terraforming America, terraforming the world of all the criminals, all the terrorists, all the blackmailers, the schemers, the scammers from the past 60 years. He's rectifying history, and many people just don't like history rectified. I, for one, support Donald Trump wholeheartedly. I voted for him 3 times. God bless America. Hope every American here has the greatest weekend of their life. And on Monday, we will continue the greatest deportation operation the government of America has ever conducted. Again, it's Operation Deportation, Program Project Deportation. I am complete. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to the discussion.
Since we're talking about citizenship abuse or powerful lawsuits, employer of people who work in the U.S. Virgin Islands is the federal government. Near 30.
So glad you asked.
The point was they would not be able to survive economically without the federal government's assistance. Yeah, because they can't even afford. They don't have enough of their own economy to afford even having their own police force.
Let me know when Joe and Mel Dyso's over. I want to tell you something about that today. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'll let you have the last word. Go ahead and argue why U.S. Virgin Islands is such a net benefit for America. You're just saying, man. Come on now. That's what you're gonna leave it on? We say we have some amazing beaches to come and visit. I want you to visit. My paradise. You need to really sell us on. And look, it is beautiful. But we don't want people from the mainland. They quickly want our money. There's no industry there. I mean, maybe some people. I'm from the island of St. Croix, and we have like the 3rd or 4th largest oil refinery in the world. And for like 4 decades, we have the biggest oil refinery in the world. And we also have an aluminum plant, Macquarie aluminum plant. What else? Because St. Croix doesn't have tourism. It's not tourism. Tourism is mostly St. Thomas and St. Lawrence. If you guys really understand what happens on the territory. That's fantastic. That's very positive. Having an oil refinery there. And we have one of the biggest oil depots when you talk about the petroleum reserve and all the oil we store. America, they have some place to park it, they can't refine it, and they park it inside the road. What else? Yeah, it's just a small blip on what Refinery Road, Louisiana, and the east side of Texas stuff. Because that's where the largest oil production comes from. We have the largest oil refinery in the world for 4 decades. Largest on what?
We have more people in there than have ideas. Who's more the total bullshit? And you're very protective of your promises. So I'm just like, you're the landlord, I'm the manager of the property, so how are you like you own it? So think about it.
Thanks for that update. Moderators, put me back in the queue. This is Allison. Thank you.
We can circle back on it, but I mean, my thoughts are like you can advertise for it, and if any of them, are horrific, but yeah, remove them.
Yeah. So it already has a Heritage Foundation in the documentary. Wait, hold on. Let me see what that is. So the Heritage Foundation post has 16 million views. And I get that Don Kitover has an agenda and he wants the mic right now.
Oh, Monica, agenda. I just wanted to share a few thoughts. You don't have to say I have an agenda, Monica, but thanks for mentioning my name.
And on my topic of DEI and the critical race theory in our military, sexual workers and devices and racist, I would love to have that conversation with people. The pastor segregating black soldiers, fighting them, sexual reviews on what is trash logic, and alienating the white soldier needs to be known about. This is
Okay, so I'll respond succinctly. Anyone that understands the actions of America's enemies know that America's enemies want nothing. China and Iran, if you actually if you just go watch the TikToks that China and Iran are giving to our youth, China and Iran are teaching our youth to hate their fellow Americans who are of different races. And so when the U.S. military, and we have a military man here who could speak, when the U.S. military
See the room, we're going in a new thread. I just want to finish up the U.S. Virgin Islands tax benefits that they do get, and then we go down a new thread. Look, it does. U.S. Virgin Islands do have generally a similar tax rate as Puerto Rico does. However, they have one thing that's different, which they are very restrictive of mainland moving to U.S. In the U.S. Virgin Islands. So that is not being truthful when he says it's exactly the same. It's not. Yeah, it's not the same. They actually are. They're not working with the same laws and rules that the federal government tax rules that the rest of us mainland Americans are. And after that, they're very restrictive of us moving there to take advantage of those tax. The U.S. Virgin Islands gets to suck money out of America and play by different rules, but they don't have to allow them, and they can restrict Americans from moving there as well to try to access those extra benefits.
not only are you correct, but you're forgetting one thing. Let me say this really quickly, Joe, and then
because you focus on that.
No, ML. The other thing that you are dishonest about. Don't you dare be proud to be from that murderous place with not speaking enough.
So, listen, I am, bro. So Joe, there is what you call, if you look at the mirror law, where you don't try your yeah, that's what I looked up. Yes. Why did you withhold that information when I first brought it up? Go ahead. Because it's you just pay, you don't pay state taxes. That's why they always think this is what's going to be coming from. But if you
No, actually, it's the opposite. The federal taxes you pay go directly to what the chunk you pay goes to the U.S. Virgin Islands.
yes, that's what it is. It's identical. It's identical to the federal tax.
But it doesn't go to the federal government. It doesn't go to the general fund. Y'all suck money. The U.S. Virgin Islands sucks money out of the federal government. However, they don't see it. Yeah.
You know what's amazing? it's my opinion that it's just a tax scam, because I'm witnessing it real time here live with our mayor in Chicago, who's going on television in a presser and saying we need to tax the racist white people a black tax for reparations. That tipping is connected to slavery, when he doesn't even know that it's an acronym, which means to improve performance and service. You should be tipped if you got a great attitude and your customers like you. I recently got a phone call from a banker and he was screaming at me in the voicemail. And I've also come to the conclusion that I might be one of the most annoying people who have ever lived. And I hope one day to have patriotic children who will also become one of the most annoying people who have ever lived, because we need annoying people to question authority, think for ourselves, and stop letting people like ML fill your ears with his waste of time lies. These are all progressive movement lies. The progressive movement doesn't $100 billion a month mortgage payment. I'm looking at this from a pragmatic American, patriotic, financial accountant, perspective, which is really, we need to talk about the books. Too many people want to talk about political identity politics and all this bullshit. It's a waste of time. Let's talk about the books, baby. The books is the truth, the math, as they like to say. And the truth is that at your birth and at your death, you'll question whether Clubhouse was worth it. To listen, to waste your time listening to guys like ML. I rest my case. I am complete.
Look, I gotta follow up. It's not surprising that ML is as progressive as he is. I mean, the U.S. Virgin Islands did not even become a territory until the famous, most progressive president we've ever had, Woodrow Wilson, accepted them into the Union. And now we find out how much of a tax burden they are on our country, how much benefits they actually they get from being part of our country, where they don't pay into the general fund. However, they Virgin Island residents, do they have a Woodrow Wilson Day for him accepting y'all into the Union?
He's our favorite president.
He's our favorite president. Exactly.
No, we don't have a regular
progressivism. We don't have a progressivism.
He was joking.
Yeah, no, he's not joking. I mean, it might be tongue in cheek, but it makes a lot of sense why ML is so progressive, because he needs Daddy Washington to support him.
What about the Republicans? What do they have in all of this? If there is some mighty high.
Trying to change the conversation, Spartan. We're clearly discussing U.S. Virgin Island politics right now, and ML made a big point about it.
Joe was the kind enough to say that I wasn't a heritage American.
I still hold to that. You're not. You're like an adopted. And that's okay. You're part of our family. The spirit of you're an American, but you don't share the same interests as I do. And there's a lot of reasons why you don't share the same interests. I mean, being raised in an island state or an island territory that extracts money that hard-working Americans pay into, and you don't get to benefit from. It makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense when the most progressive president in the history of America is the one that actually adopted you all into the Union. And look, I get it. If I was to sell it, when I asked you a question about sell it to us, and she was good at economic, the reason what you should say is, look, it's a great strategic defensive position for America to hold that spot in that location, because it allows us to defend the coast. Your tax situation, you don't know how. But you'll take my money. It's just yeah, give it time.
I don't mean not all the community out here. I just didn't travel. But I am interested in people's takes on the heritage topic. I never.
The Heritage Foundation.
Monica, I am also a fan of the Heritage Foundation, and that's that's where I learned about Thomas Massey before he became a congressman. And Thomas Massey has an excellent lecture about how corrupt and fiscally irresponsible the U.S. government is, and how they're completely infiltrated by special interest lobbyists, and also all the law breaking they do. And Thomas Massey is probably the only patriot we have. Like he done it by himself because he's an MIT graduate and a goddamn genius. Meanwhile, we got a bunch of Maxine Waters, Nancy Pelosi's going around and just fucking ruining everything. I'm complete. Thanks for letting me interrupt you, Monica. Sorry for imitating you, by the way, but I hope everybody gets a little comical relief and doesn't take things so seriously here on Clubhouse. And we can't wait to watch the documentary, and then we can discuss it, and then we can also maybe watch a room with Jordan Peterson. Do you think we can listen to a Jordan Peterson film soon? I heard Jordan. Oh, she got a phone call.
Who's Jordan Peterson?
He's just the greatest philosopher that Canada has ever produced.
Hello? The greatest? I wouldn't say the greatest. I don't know.
We're talking about Canada here.
People.
Everybody is greatest, but like Trump's the greatest. Every mediocre person that runs a business certainly is the greatest. I don't understand that logic.
I don't trust the people coming in.
Well, there you go.
No, this is live. I was just imitating Monica in the big room. What are you doing? Hello?
So you went into a live room and you were doing that?
Yeah, I'm still in the room. I'm on the stage on another account.
Oh, I see.
You know, they just opened up a big magic restaurant in Chicago downtown. If you want to go have dinner there, it's like $400.
Dude, that's like a drop in that's so cheap.
It's an experience. It's like a 3-hour experience or something, and you go to all these different rooms. It's a mansion called the McCormick Mansion, and some wealthy, magician, and former tech executive. I don't know who he is exactly, but looks pretty dope. People like magic, and I can tell by your PTR, you have power. A way to use your brain, prior to obviously computers and all that, but through literature or hieroglyphics, it's basically a way for people to do memory, information storage, and communication transfer. Prior to the advent of actual computer technology storage. That's what, to me, when I look at, if I look at an ancient hieroglyphic from 2,000 years ago, and then we were to,
Oh, I know what you mean.
yeah,
I agree with that.
yeah, it's basically just information technology.
Yeah.
I used to work with this IT professional, in a business unit, and we were talking about IT, and then I was like thinking about intelligence, and I'm like, it's not really information technology. I'm like, it's intelligence technology.
That is the origin of all of our progress, isn't it? Somebody figured out how to store intelligence in some form.
So the question ultimately becomes, what's the best form of intelligence? Because if everything is basically an aesthetic of index, a bell-shaped curve of subject or object, if we look at intelligence and we look at it from the perspective of, let's say, brain science, we can start making hypotheses and experiments of what the topic is, which is intelligence.
Well, it is kind of evident that based on evolution, right, that was the determining factor that allowed us to branch off of every other organism that we've ever seen. So
Yeah. Well, in what ways do you think you've been optimized for intelligence, or in what ways do you think you have personally optimized yourself, for intelligence?
I have a statistical. I am. I have a statistical edge in that I'm pretty good at quantifying variables, large amounts of variables to predict futures.
This amount of variables. And so, like trading perspective,
That's true.
yeah, in Wall Street and the stock market, you can make very you can make intuitive decisions based off of like relative variables. So just like company A versus company B, and then the environment. So there's just like a way to compress so many variables in your observation that like even if you were to use like AI and software, huge data sets, it still might not give you the actual. It might give you the wrong answer. So that's why, as the primary user of the experience, your intuition is like a supercomputer, a quant, memorization. So one thing that I like to do when I'm interviewed is to tell the camera or the possible listeners to take the deepest breath of the day. What do you think that means?
Deepest.
Yeah, take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. 10, not 11. 10, not 9.
Isn't that a way to reset your limbic system?
Limbic system. What's the best pickup line you have at the bar, man?
Let me think. Let me get your opinion on something.
Yeah, okay. But how would you actually do it? Say there's a beautiful woman at the bar, you walk in, she
Yeah, I gotta go in a minute, but before I do, let me get your opinion on something. Bam, hypnotized.
No, that is actually a very low quality suggestion. So hypnosis is just a series of suggestions, like Pavlovian suggestion.
That was a series of suggestions.
It's not. That's
it went completely undetected in your system.
No. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that your side B of the CD, the side AC, the side of the ACD, or the other side of that is, let me tell you. So if you walk up to her, you say, this is my opinion. Excuse me, can I ask you a question? Because now you've like triggered like oh my God, what's this guy gonna ask me? Then the second suggestion would be, do you believe in hypnosis? And then she'll like maybe blush or look away or look. Because you are hypnotizing me, you are so beautiful and mesmerizing. That's like a nice compliment, and it's a funny thing because basically hypnosis. the curves, the movement, the eyelashes, the perfume, the makeup, the painting. They're art. Every woman is basically a magnificent piece of art. And yeah, so
The later half of your line is pretty strong, but the early half, I think that will get you turned off before you can deliver your real payload.
by saying, "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?"
And then, do you believe in hypnosis? Yeah.
So do you think you should just come in close and say, "Excuse me, do you believe in hypnosis?" Just get right to the point.
No, that would get you ignored as well.
Oh, so how would you present it? The way that you said it?
Yeah, I would combine mine with yours. I would combine my first part with your second part. Something like that.
Okay, let me try it. Excuse me, I gotta go. I only have a second, but can I ask you a question? Do you believe in hypnosis? Because you're hypnotizing me.
Right. Well, you gotta give them a chance to process what you're saying, right? If you just deliver it all like that. But the point is, if you meet a random girl or a random stranger and you tell them that you're gonna leave in a little bit, that will make them more receptive to what you're gonna say next.
But what is the point of telling them that you're gonna leave in a little bit? See, that's why I go back to the question of intelligence, because
That's critical. That's the most critical part. In the setting that you're describing, women are approached by a series of dudes. And so by telling them that you're gonna leave in a little bit, that lets them know that if you turn out to be a creep, you're gonna be gone anyways.
No. We're not trying to create a safe space. See, in my opinion.
I know we're not.
So what other suggestions do you have?
When I was in my early 20s, I studied pickup artistry.
And what's the compression? What did you learn? How did you implement it?
I remember bits and pieces now. I mean, I have to recall my library. Let me think. Can you ask me a question and then let me see what it'll trigger?
Peacocking and picking up through peacocking.
Right. So peacocking is a good one, but the purpose of peacocking, do you know what that is?
I think it's super stimulus. You're trying to stand out in a weird way intentionally to make the subject question, you.
Yeah, that's fair. You're trying to stand out apart from the average Joe by doing one thing that's eccentric. It's not about going crazy. It's just about having something that sets you apart from everyone else, and that could be, one item. It doesn't have to be a whole outfit. It could be one funny hat, or maybe even a shiny belt or a badge on your chest. It could be anything. It could be a bow tie. So yeah, even a bow tie you can pull that off. But yeah, that's what peacocking really is about. So you go to the bar with this one thing and you put it somewhere visible. It'll set you apart. And then, I remember my favorite thing that I learned. There were five primal attraction triggers. And if you hit any one of them, you'll create attraction. Explain that you have the potential to be an alpha. Just an alpha being a leader, right? If you can display that you have the quality of a leader, and you can hit this trigger in so many different ways. So it's like when you meet the girl, when you hit with that pickup line, and then you're delivering the hypnosis line. That interaction is your opportunity to deliver one of these 5 triggers, or as many of them as you can reasonably compress into like one interaction. And then as you deliver them, you'll see your body language, the effect you're having. Oh, here's actually another one that's really good. So communication is 80% nonverbal. So while you're talking, how you move your body and how she moves your body is like you walk up to her and you say, "Hey, I have to go in a second, but before I do, let me get your opinion on something." And you want to stand up straight. You don't want to be fully facing her because that's too much. It's too much energy being poured in. You want to be facing a little bit to the side. Your face is turned towards her at like a 70-degree angle. And as you talk to her, you want to casually look around. Right? It's like there's so many things that add up into like one strong opener. And then if she's with a friend, if there's a cute girl you want to talk to, but she's with a friend, who do you talk to first? The friend or the cute girl?
This is like the worst seminar, but you know, it's got whatever. Life do you contribute to intuition, to education, or to performative, disposition?
A large chunk of it, I'd say. A very large chunk of it. It is all performative. When we meet people, we perform our little song and dance, and if we do a good job, they'll like us. And you're enriched by their presence in your life. Isn't that how it goes? You could have the most amazing product that you invented, but if you can't present it in a way that people understand and like, nobody's gonna buy your shit, even though it would make their life better. They won't care. They don't want that from you. They want that from someone who makes them feel good. Unless they're very intelligent and they can overcome your inability to be entertaining. They can entertain themselves and they won't care. You're tradition. I don't think we're even paying to speak to people can overcome the need to have a dance with you. Instead of using knowledge.
YouTube Live, FYI, I'm YouTube living because I believe that being alive today, the smartest way to be alive today is to be live on YouTube. To leave us. Well, this is the universe. You're in it right now. And this is one of the things that I don't like about communication propaganda is that when we're told that we should have to have homelessness because it's just, mentally ill people with drug habits, but we can't provide housing from the elements to people that are dying in the streets. But yet we can actually shoot videos of robotic technology in outer space and put them on YouTube. I just got to say, there is no political will to do it because people are just too fucking greedy. And so when Elon Musk owns the platform and he pushes the narrative with his propaganda, and so much of it is just to support SpaceX and Tesla.
Actually, I would incorporate that right into my playbook as well, right? If you can build enough comfort to where if you ask, let me see your hand, and they'll actually let you. So let me read your palm. Yeah, that will build. There's a term for that when you introduce esotericism into an interaction. It melts away.
Introduction of esotericism and exotericism.
But if you can keep that coherent, the way that you described, yeah, that's powerful. Yeah, that's a strong move. You come up with that on your own?
No, but a girl gave me a hand massage at a bus stop that I was at the beach with. Sexual, dynamite. So,
Physical touch will be that.
one time I was at the bar and I said, "Excuse me, can I read your palm and show you a magic experiment?" And then I took a lime and I squeezed the lime in her palm and I gave her a hand massage, and she was at my hip the whole night, and she was so hot. And it was that lime juice hand massage magic trick that just made her wet. Hello? So, Matt, how important do you think breathing is in terms of magic?
Hey, I'll see you later. Until because the U.S.
Can you tell Archek to shut the fuck up? I'm just kidding around. Archek loves talking. What are you doing, buddy? How are you?
What's going on?
They're having a great afternoon in the Universe Magic Mat room.
Oh, nice. He threatened my family, so now I have more information on him than he has on me. So
Oh, shit.
I'm not gonna do anything to him, dude. But he fucking, unless he comes, threatens my family like that.
Why would you ever attack a berserker Viking? You know how dangerous that is?
Yeah. I'm not concerned about a mentally ill 52-year-old man.
Well, you know, the thing is, you don't want to go around picking fights your whole life. It's a waste of your fucking time.
Well, I know. I don't try to, Listen, if Brad is in the room and I'm in there, he has to stop the room to attack me. And I'm not just going to sit there and take it, so.
Well, I don't know. I see.
Imagine.
It's life is a roast on here, so like if you can be funny, and like a verbal death match fight, like that to me is nuts.
Yeah, no.
I just want to make fun of people,
Right.
You should try the same thing, but
I try. Sometimes I like serious conversations.
If someone is making death threats, though, just say, I'm recording this and I'm reporting it to the FBI. Don't actually respond ever with physical threats of violence. And the other thing is, if you're actually an intelligent person, you would never, ever make threats online, verbally. And you would never, ever actually attack somebody in the real world. You would assassinate them from 2 miles away. Hello?
Yeah, no. Just fucking last year, bro, he pissed.
He's a real person. And so, the problem...
I don't think he would literally do that shit, but I try not to respond to that, but that was just too much, bro.
I know, but the problem with response is it creates a cycle, a never-ending death spiral. And so...
I should have just Well, I even told him yesterday, I should have just reported him right when he said it.
Yeah, that's how when he started attacking me in my congressional run, and then he was making death threats to people. Well, what am I gonna do? Not report him? Like, okay, great. I can't wait to report you now. Like, I got no problem trying to tag him with the local police and the FBI. Come at me and just know that I'm totally 100% transparent. Everything is recorded. My whole life is recorded. So you can judge me by what I say, but everyone else can judge you by what you say. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah. No shit. And he found that out. And so he's literally was like, he's multiple times mentioned our grocery stores and my family and stuff, and my sister, my daughter, my grandfather, my grandmother. Like literally yesterday was talking about beating my grandfather to death. Like, you know what, dude? Like, and then he runs and begs for sympathy. Okay.
Well, see, this is where you create a room and you call it, I'm reporting Brad to the FBI. And then you actually post a link to X where you have tagged the FBI with a video of Brad saying these things, and you stop. wasting your time and your emotional intelligence. If you want to get ahead of the emotional intelligence curve, you have to use surveillance capital and you have to report bad actors. And then they literally disappear and they conceal themselves, but we know who they are. And when they want to say things like that, you don't respond and move on. And you know what that's like, Mountain? That's like taking mail and all the paperwork sitting on your desk and processing it and filing it and then closing it and walking away from it. And it's not a part of your life anymore. You don't carry it with you. You've processed it. Did I make sense? Hello?
Yeah, dude. Hey, speaking of that, like some good activities, I'm going to build a small drift boat this winter or this summertime. Just weld it together, on plastic holders.
Plastic welding. Plastic. He melts plastic together.
6-footer. And then jump on the fucking river and head down, man.
Damn. River hopper. River skipper.
Right? Building a boat.
Building a boat.
What do you think?
Selling a boat. Driving a boat. Well, I'm a former boat owner, and the two greatest days of owning a boat is the day you buy it and the day you sell it. And that's 100% true every single time.
Here's the thing, though. These are boats without engines. You don't like an engine, yes. I've had a couple of those, and dude, it's a nightmare. They don't want to work when you want them to. That's always been my experience. But like something you can paddle.
I think the metaphor of, the day you buy, the day you sell is the same thing with a woman. I've experienced that as well.
I know. It's amazing, especially when you fall out of love with her. You finally did, and you're like, yes. You know what I mean? Like, I knew this. I knew it would come. It was going to take a while. But,
Well, the now is always more important than anything else because the now is actually all there is. The thing about our brains is our memories are so powerful and our projections are so powerful that we forget that the now is actually all there ever really is. So, talking about building a boat, talking about sailing a boat, talking about crushed hearts and despair and broken hearts. Either you're breaking a heart or you're heartbroken. That's the way I see life.
not right now, dude. Right now, I'm on 3 years since my last relationship where I was in love, and dude, I don't think because I know she's
Violence or death threats, and don't ever do it on the internet. You will be recorded. You're 100% recorded. 100% recorded every single time. And that goes for Brad too. And when he said, when I was witnessing and observing and receiving his anger and hate and, you know, extreme.
You probably didn't you too, right?
I don't know, but see, that's where I don't care because I just record and I file and I let it go. You know, I got a picture of the Buddha above my toilet that I painted. It's a beautiful painting. I spent a lot of time and I spent money framing it. They got a really nice frame. And guess what it says underneath the Buddha? Let it go. And if you think about successful people, you know what they're actually successful at?
Letting your shit go.
Yes, and letting it go with swiftness. That's why these Swifties are. But it deals with your thoughts, and that's why, again, I'm telling you, you're gonna get baited. Do not do it, my friend. Get a burner phone and just record it, but don't participate in the emotional exchange. It's not good for you.
I appreciate it. No, I agree. I agree. It doesn't feel good. I was even saying to myself how bad it feels. Like, I'll literally leave this app if that's what it means, but it's addictive, dude. I'm like dopamine addicted, dude. It sucks. Because I know this app is not good for me, and I'm dopamine addicted though. But like, dude, I just want to come on here and have some debates. But I just feel like, you know, when I was a kid, those times when you never defended yourself, you ever been there? Like, you had somebody as a kid do something to you, and you were too afraid to do something because you were a kid, you know. And you know, like, and then you go on feeling. That's happened to me a couple times where. A couple of times I was too afraid to defend my. Did that guy win? You know, like I guess emotionally because he was able to punk me out because I didn't defend myself. But I also went away feeling inadequate. You know, like God, like, and I vowed to myself, and it caused me issues because you got to pick. You know, because I've learned, you know, it's hard to not pick your battles when you're like you feel like you got to fight every one of them. But ever since then, I vowed I'll never fucking not defend myself, you know, and so yeah, I mean, so I've had to physically defend myself, like I'll never allow that stuff. But even on the internet, dude, if someone matches energy with me, I feel like I have to match their energy, and I hate it. It hurts, dude, because I'm not that type of person. Like, you know, when Brad comes on here talking about raping my family and killing me and calling me retarded and incest and screaming. He wants to win a screaming match. He's 52 years old. And his idea of this dude's like mentally ill, obviously. He gets off on this shit, bro. And I always like know that, but I stoop to his level, and then I go worse than him. You know, like I fucking, you know, threaten to kill him too and shit, and get evil about it, dude. I hate it. It hurts, dude. It hurts me to my core. So, like, you know, I fucking hate talking to that son of a bitch because I'm not strong enough as a person not to stoop to that level when he comes at me that way. You know what I'm saying, dude? It's not strong enough, dude. I'm working on it. But, yeah, it's weird. It sucks, man.
See, part of magic is rooting out dark character traits, and unfortunately, because when you realize, have you ever seen that movie Roger Rabbit?
No.
Basically, there's Toon World, and like there's a cartoon reality, and like you're still living in the cartoon reality with Brad. And when you step outside and you realize, oh my God, I'm a man, and Brad is actually a cartoon, you will come to the realization and the enlightenment that you're being fooled, and surveillance capital and getting you to say homicidal things on the internet is actually intentional, and you're being intentionally manipulated. And that's why I say if you take a step back and you try to become a man again, and you realize Brad is a cartoon, like a literal theatrical cartoon, a a performer, you will realize you're being manipulated, and that when let it go, and just put it on YouTube, Mountain, and just let the audience decide and judge people's behaviors and speech, but don't participate because you're being recorded. It's all surveillance capital. This is the new economy. Hello?
I can see that for sure.
Yes, it's for saving the liberty neutral.
For sure.
You've gone off this.
I'm trying to wean off this fucking app. It's not easy. You know, what I try to do, literally, to make, I've tried to get banned off this app, but I can't do it myself. I've tried to get banned off this fucker, and they really.
Well, what? Don't you remember what I told you before? Just start reading books, and you agreed with me. You read, and you're like, dude, this is actually making me feel better psychologically. You agreed and confirmed my. No. Listen, I'm telling you, the more you do, the more you think, the further from the truth you're going to get. If you work on a boat, you're going to lose a huge opportunity cost.
Of what?
Doing nothing.
What? It's getting on the water. It's good for your brain.
You don't understand philosophy, and you've never even read the Dhammapada. You don't read anything. I got to tell you, the fact that you get into emotional arguments with people shows that you're low IQ. It's true.
So funny.
It's true. High IQ people don't get into heated arguments because they actually have knowledge and information that tells them not to do that. And you don't know that. That's because you don't read anything. You're not reading anything. I'm trying to tell you. I'm about to tell you about
What the hell am I supposed to read?
the Dhammapada by the Buddha. The first chapter talks about how words create our reality. And that's why when you read the book, you felt better.
Yeah, I do.
And a good Christian doesn't do that. A good Christian will just read the scripture and not engage in that communication. You're doing a communication choice.
He's not a Christian. That's why he loves baiting me into that shit.
No, you personally. Who cares about other people?
I know. I'm not. I mean, I know I am. I know I'm not a perfect Christian.
No, I'm just saying it's a communication technology, and you have to choose higher level communication. You're fucking yourself over, my friend. You are. You're in the long run. You're opportunity costing yourself. Bro. I mean, I would let you go if I was a fisherman and I caught you. I would just toss you right back in. I'm serious. Like you're a manager's worst nightmare.
Why?
Because look, I was going to tell you this story. One time, a senior manager told me, a supervisor, to Tyrone. I said, Tyrone, I need to talk to you. Come into the say something to you before he's terminated. I apologize for the intrusion in your office. Tyrone, and she goes, what do you want to say? And he goes, why the fuck you want to fire me, bitch?
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
Did he really?
You didn't think I felt like an asshole for waiting? I wasted an hour of my time. An hour of my time. Jane, welcome to the room. What I'm telling you is listen, now that you know me, don't be Tyrone, bro. Jane, welcome. Good Shabbos.
Tell me the truth.
I'm telling you the truth. I'm not making that story up. I couldn't believe my ears. Little backstabber. Fucking backstabbed me. Tyrone!
I am not that way, bro. I mean, in real life, holy fuck, that is crazy. Was Tyrone the type that doesn't change his smoke detector batteries?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm running as a libertarian though. I hate the Cook County Republicans, and I got a lot of press because this girl said, before I can go on a date with you, I need to know your political leanings. And I said, I hate the Cook County Republicans. She says, that's all I needed to know. I'll see you Friday. Back in business, baby!
She could ask a few additional questions.
You were so fucking funny, buddy. That is a funny ass fucking story. Holy shit.
It really happened, and I was just in total shock. I held my head down, and I walked out of the office with him, and I walked into the front of the place, and I said, trust me, you don't have to worry about this. Great things are coming your way. The next job is going to be better than this. I promise you, when one door closes, another door opens. I know for a fact things are going to be good for you. You don't need this fucking
There we go. You're lucky he didn't come back and just beat you guys to death with a chair, because I've heard of them doing that. Oh, that's a wild story, man. Yeah. No, I'm not like that. That's crazy.
I know, but professionally, personally, legally, using this app or using the internet to make death threats is 100% illegal. You can be arrested if an attorney general, state attorney, city attorney, anybody wants to actually prosecute you. They can. And so, if I were to hire an attorney in Houston based off of audio records of Brad making death threats, he could be arrested and charged and even sued. So be an adult, be intelligent, and protect your family's reputation and yours, and do not continue the death spiral nebula.
Doc's a good dude. I like Doc a lot. He was trying to tell Doc to go kill himself.
Yeah.
That's why that was my biggest issue with Brad in the first place. And that's like a serious thing. And Doc is a veteran. And for Brad to be a veteran, you being a veteran, you guys, I mean, there's a lot of veterans who commit suicide. We have an epidemic of.
Yeah, I get it, but I know. I'm just telling you, they're both highly argumentative people, and I'm telling you personally, don't be like that, my friend.
I know.
Don't be like that.
I try to be. I'm not like that, but I'm trying to talk to Brad. But I haven't recorded saying all this shit because I haven't protect myself from that.
Yeah, that's absolutely. But I would say even post it. Don't be afraid to even just file it and let it go. Because if you want to use this app and you're providing people with valuable analysis, you're bringing statistics and
like fucking, he shits on me, dude. He attacks me. It's just crazy. I'm like, bro, like, we're all on the same side here. And he stops when I'm trying to have a real conversation. And he fucking stops. Oh, here comes this idiot, who fucks his sister. It's like, bro, like, I'm trying to bring value to this fucking app. He has been on this app for so long. Like, he gets mad if other people bring value to the app. He gets mad if he's not the only one. Like, he gatekeeps for the white people. He wants, it's weird. He wants the black people to himself. He gets mad if you try to come in any room and he's in there trying to run all. It's like, bro, we're on the same fucking side. What's your deal? We're all on the same side.
Okay, so again, let me.
How are we gonna have a strong cause if we're attacking our?
If you're being literally attacked like that, you need to inform the judges that you will be recording. And if they kick you from the room, well, then so be it. But Mountain, I'm telling you, look at this as a courtroom and deal with it that way. Because if you don't, and you come on here and you make any verbal death threats, you can and will be held liable for words. And that's why I said you need to read more, because when you read the Dhammapada or you read legal code, state law, federal law, you'll realize that you're not in compliance. I am complete. So as you can tell, we're live on YouTube. This is a 3-hour, 45-minute podcast so far. We are also in the President Trump house. And Mountain was bringing up the MAGA, defenders. And personally, we could go back to Brad, and I'll just say that I was shocked when I was attacked by him, but not really in hindsight anymore, because I have filed it and let it go. But he most definitely is like a suburban street mom, Democrat, liberal warrior, protector, knight. In a while. And whatever your strategy is to get laid, if you want to be a woke Democrat, getter, that's cool. That's you. You do your thing, baby. But some of us stick to the philosophy of intelligence and love. And law. The law is the big one. If you're in violation of the law by coming on the internet and making hate speech, homicidal, and otherwise threats, you're in violation of what we call Chapter LAW, USC Code 74.0139G5624D, and in Illinois or federal or Texas State Code, 42.65059. It's there, Mountain. I've Googled and done the legal research because I have prosecuted legally, and I have notified law enforcement of Brad Stauffenberg. So, in conclusion, once you file your complaint, $1 million course in getting laid.
Yeah.
Okay, before I tell you the magic trick, you have to click the YouTube link above and subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's the cost of admission to the Magic Palace. Okay, this is step number 1. Okay, this is step number 1. Can you turn your volume down? Okay, this is step number 1. You walk up to a girl and you say to her, "Excuse me, can I ask you a question?" Repeat step number 1 to me, Dr. Mountain.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Correct. Then you say, "Can I buy you a shot of tequila, vodka, rum, or whiskey?" Repeat step number 2 to me.
Can I buy you a shot, tequila, rum, or whiskey?
Step number 3 is, and then whenever she asks you, just remember that anything you tell her is a hypnosis. If she wants to know about love, tell her about her wealth. Tell her about her destiny. If she wants to know about her destiny, tell her about love. Tell her about wealth. Tell her about health. So whatever you say is your hypnosis there. But the key is you have now broken the barrier with the juices of the earth. And as you massage that palm, the brain begins producing a sexual oxytocin waterfall. And now this is when you go full MAGA and you grab her by the pussy. in my opinion, you're just going to repeat yourself like a broken record.
Don't be Tyrone now. Don't be Tyrone now.
Like I said, I don't stick to this long. I mean, ever usually I follow his rap because he's able to trigger me by mentioning my existence or mentioning my daughter. So, like, I shouldn't give me, it's just one. He's the only one. He's the only one I know of here that consistently mentions my family, mentions my family, mentions the late people. So when he mentions the final straw, that's when I
Got it, Mountain. But what do you got to try to remember the things that I'm telling you, which is make the clubhouse room into a courtroom. Appeal to the moderators as if they're the judges, and inform.
That's one too. Yes, too. His stimulus is a injectable prescription medicine that helps you protect against HIV insects. One office visit every 6 months. One during your winter glam, and one during your summer glow. One during your winter shine, and one during your summer shine. You must be HIV medical to CVS to and
Hypocrisy. People don't even know the outrage. What he does, man, the first time I got on this app, the first day, I come in and chill.
Mountain, please, man. I don't really want to experience that right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, listen, man. I'm telling you, I have enough legal experience in my life to know that you absolutely are going about this the wrong way, and you need to look at this from a legal perspective. A lawyer, you got to be your own courtroom advocate. And I'm just telling you, as another fellow American, you've got to be an attorney and a lawyer, even though you are not an attorney and a lawyer. And Brad is most definitely not in compliance. You need to try to never. Can and will be held liable in a court of law. 100%. It's coming. That type of enforcement is coming. And do not be behind the curve, my friend.
Anybody knows? Some places in the world they call it Lechia. Does anybody knows about it?
Lechia is from Romania.
Lechia. Lechia.
What?
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair. I'd like to be put in the queue, moderators. This is Alistair. Thank you, Al. This is Al. Put me in the queue. Thank you, moderators.
What's your point in contribution to the room? You want to
Wants a cookie, Monica. Moderators, I'm asking to be put in the queue and to be acknowledged that I have requested to be put in the queue.
What the hell was the fucking point of you saying you're from Poland? Like we give a fuck. What the hell?
So sorry.
He was asking where he was from. So
Okay, so people tell me
Shit is fucking Poland instead of
That's such a cool question. That's where he went from.
I'm so obsessed.
Okay, so I could not hear his response to Monica's question of what his contribution was to the room because everyone else kind of talked over him. So we're gonna go back to sorry. And go ahead. So what was your contribution? Perfect. Nothing?
Just checking. Somebody just used me, but never mind.
give the specific name of it so you know what it is. U.S. Supreme Court about to rule on race-based House district.
Yeah, no, in the southeast, the one that maybe on the
Okay, it's called. Here's what it is. I just want to get the right name of it. The key pending case is Louisiana versus Callis. Callais. That could be Callis. So, and if it goes in my favor in the sense of what we've chosen, because they do overturn and they strike that from Rule 2, then I'll donate $1,000 to Catholic to the Catholic Church. And if remote Catholics, okay. If it happens that they uphold Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, it does not get overturned. And you would donate $1,000 to the Catholic Church or Catholic Church charities. I want to donate it to the church, not the charities, but maybe you'd rather go to charities. I'm trying to bring you back in so like a good Catholic.
This is so fascinating. This is Alistair. I'd like to just join the discussion and be put in the queue. I know Achik loves to talk for hours on this app, but I'd like not to be forgotten. I will be succinct. I'd like to speak. Put me in the queue. Thank you. Alistair, and I'd like to be put back in the queue. I'd like to request 60 seconds of my time moderating. Thank you.
Everybody gets to go before Alex.
Are you expecting Alex to
No, Beamer is saying that I gotta be at the back of the bus now. I gotta be at the back of the line because I tried to reserve some time, and she's disrespectful, and she's a terrible moderator. That's the truth. I'm complete. I was succinct.
I said I'm sending you to the nursery.
I hate to interrupt, but I'm just trying to be polite by requesting 60 seconds of your precious time.
Please, get the microphone, please.
It's so cringe as fuck. We're trying to have a conversation, bro. It's cringe as fuck.
I know.
conversation, but I can't seem to join the conversation. Therefore, I'm requesting 60 seconds of your time. For God's sakes, Archie, you must spend 6 hours a day talking on this app, and I can't say 60 seconds of words. For God's sake, Archie, stop saying cringe, horrible, and terrible. Try to learn some new English words, Archie. Maybe you can ask Monica to teach you a new English word every single day.
As I never hold you hostage, I will accept 20 seconds, no less, 20 seconds, okay, Alistair, of
Say, I'm requesting 60 seconds to speak to you from my inner depths of sincerity, and what you're doing is very insincere and not genuine, and I will be succinct, and I will be complete. Look into gastric bypass surgery.
I'm gonna pick the keys and the commission.
To spend time with my mother. I looked back in on Clubhouse and I was fucking clipped. I didn't even talk for 5 days. I'm like, look,
You were supposed to sing when you said that, bro. You were supposed to sing. You fucked it up. That's what she's saying. You fucked it up.
Chuck, I'm just wondering, you talk so much on this app. Do you think there's like white flakes near the sides of your mouth or something? Like maybe you need to moisturize more, take a shower, do something else. Hygiene's in check before you decide to talk for 8 hours and say horrible, terrible, and cringe over and over and over again.
He has a figure on his lives.
nobody comes to your room.
Yeah, before I read you the Begonia song, I'd like to sing you a new song. It's a new hit called Gastric Bypass Surgery. It goes a little something like this. Gastric bypass surgery.
surgery.
calling a song or
Gastric bypass surgery.
Would it be Ozempic for someone to take, or version of Ozempic for someone to take to
Ozempic is for thee.
experiment on John Kitover from Sorry, no one else is complaining about my low height except me.
John, can we get a couple seconds? Can we get a couple seconds?
60 second, we'll do 60 second
No, we're not doing that. We're doing 20 seconds of one song or nothing.
What's up, everyone?
What's going on?
No, it's your date. Where's the market?
Oh my god.
I guess the Pope made, he had to clarify. He felt cornered and sad, so he said, I did not.
Sorry, I don't fucking do.
I did not write the entire speech to Trump. He said he did not. Did you hear what I just said?
Moderator, you're playing the video for us. You're lucky I don't have the mod actually be in the
Thank you, sir. Please read it. Okay, here we go. 50 seconds on the Pope.
certain narrative that has not been written in all of the past. When I first had a trip, the President of the United States made some comments about myself. Much of what has been written since then has been more commentary on commentary, trying to interpret what has been said. Just one little example. A couple days ago, it was prepared 2 weeks ago, well before the President ever commented on myself and on the message of peace that I am promoting. And yet, as it happens, it was looked at as if I was trying to get the President, which is not my interest at all.
Here we go. From the Pope's mouth.
Hey, how's the radio?
Did you guys hear that?
I know he's from Chicago, so it is.
You know who else is from Chicago? I'm from Chicago.
He's like nice. It was surprising.
What is this about? Iran fully closed their
Yeah, so they violated the terms of conditions. So this goes open. Hello, who's talking and interrupting? Okay. I'll be here, but
Somebody should read something and repeat what they read. The Iranians used a machine gun. They attacked a passenger ship. They attacked a storage ship, and now they will pay the price. Their navy was not completely obliterated, but we will obliterate it completely now. Thank you, Iran. You've restarted the war.
No, I pulled them up using another.
Like almost a week,
And then Iran announced yesterday that they would open it. Trump never said he was going to remove the blockade. He just said they're saying they're going to open the strait. And then Iran said, hey, we lost our leverage. Okay, you know what? We're going to close the strait. Well, okay, it doesn't matter. The blockade is still there. So what Trump is saying is, a week ago said, hey, or what, 5 days ago, whatever, said, all right, any ship comes in, we're blocking it. And then they said, okay, we're opening it. Trump
Okay. In addition to refusing to blockade the U.S. administration funds for giving billions and seized Iranian funds in exchange for its uranium and said that there will be no time frame in which Iran will start receiving foreign under any approach.
Do you really believe that once, let's say, hypothetically, if the war with Iran stays, is Israel not gonna attack another country? Nothing to Americans I do not believe over there. I say because with somebody and they will find it. They will find the conflict. Or if it's gonna be Turkey,
Egypt, all 50 years, they signed a peace treaty with Jordan. They're gonna overthrow the every single country, every single country that signed a peace treaty with Israel, they want no wars. The problem is you have Hezbollah terrorism, you have problem with Hezbollah terrorism in the north of Israel, and they're attacking Israel. If these motherfuckers were some countries who were attacking Israel, they didn't go far. They're defending themselves. Look what they're talking about. I'm like, you really think Israel is the solution? Israel doesn't, Iran attacked no country that Israel ever did in their entire history.
Because it seems to me that they felt like it was like a bait and switch. That wasn't.
So if you look at that, all the things that were reported yesterday, including Trump and also from the IRGC, nowhere in those reports did say the blockade from the U.S. stopped, right? So they said the strait was open, right? And then they kept it going. Actually, the U.S. allowed some ships to go in, and some ships went in and came out of the blockade safe, right? The U.S. forces in, right? Maybe Iran assumed that, hey, as soon as they said it's open, they're going to remove the blockade. And we'll still have control, meaning they can shoot down some of the ships if they're willing to do what they want to do in that area. And so the blockade just stayed, and actually Trump said, we're staying there, and we're going to resolve probably as we sign the deal. So then they suddenly said that, the strait is closed. It doesn't matter if they say, look, they're closed, because there's a blockade there. So it's the U.S. that's controlling who goes in and out. And that's it. And that's what was
I tell you something.
Okay, sorry, you talk now.
I tell you something. Anybody from the crypto market, right?
is he like an expert on everything? Because he was on.
No, ICK. So they announced that the U.S. was just going to back off, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily like. I mean, I don't know. I would say we're genuine to open the community. Oh yeah, they're controlling it because they were attacked. I mean,
So somebody knew him or moving down for a few minutes? So, alright. So anyway, still there? Still with me? Yeah, okay. So the point that I was getting at is that about 5 days ago when Trump announced the blockade, Iran said the strait was open, right? But they would control who goes in and goes out. So they said we're in control. Trump did the blockade and he's like, hey, we're in control. Oh, by the way, the ships that we want to get stuff in aren't coming. You're gonna be screwed. And so it's like, oh shit, okay. Then Iran now says the strait is open. Trump didn't say the strait is open. Trump says Iran says the strait is open. He's showing, hey, you guys are saying you have a good intent. He didn't say I'm letting you. And then Iran probably said, okay, well,
Why are you letting your friends?
So that's fine. So all I was trying to say is that the blockade was still there, and so now Iranians are saying, okay, well, the strait the port is closed. Okay, and the U.S. saying, that's fine. That's open. But the U.S. saying, open and closed. We still control the ships that come in. And we knew that the U.S. is holding some ship that was going to Iran, and there was resources coming in. So the point is that was always the case. The U.S. always had that ability to do it, whether they say it's open or not. So Iran was just flexing, saying, yeah, we're telling you it's closed now. You're not. But we used the wrong impression. So even Trump had a statement saying, Iran can say or do whatever they want. They have to control themselves. And they have to say things because they have to show good faith on the end. Materials and stuff.
Yeah. Yes, and it's blocking, Iran and China, their deals, and I'm sure those are big money deals, big billion-dollar deals. And so funny, open it up, but we're good.
So my end is that you would have been smart enough to do this. Or when they're doing their military exercise they did, why didn't they do this from the start? They let Iran sell a lot of oil and stuff to make enough money while they were bombing the shit. It's almost like they underestimated Iran, which was bad. And I'm just being honest, like that. This blockade should have happened first, and then they go in and bomb the shit out of you. Listen, surrender, and that's it.
10 hours a day talking and has a party hat. I'm sorry, party hats will have to wait. And people.
Enough. Stop talking. Hey, I don't want to have this transphobia. No, I want the United States to let peace go on now. Let's go out and protest. So long. You know? And every time it's like, Emirates. Because it's so many goddamn like. This stands for, it has something to do with missing, I would think for missing and murdered indigenous women, girls, in two-spirit, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual. And the plus sign stands for any other gender that identity is not listed. And so folks in Canada have been weighing in on this because it came so it comes from this woman who is an activist. Her name is NP.
Mm. No subscription.
Oeh, hij staat aan de ijsachttablets.
Never go for hour. Never go for hour. Never go for hour.
Caught me picking the nose. Watergate number 3.
Correct. How about if I don't? But that's what they're. Well, then why don't both of us go on mute? You were listening to what they have to say. Absolutely.
Really good example is like diagnostic criteria in healthcare, right? Things like diabetes or heart disease, where they experience that more simply, because of their cultural background and everything like that. And so it took many, many, many years for them to develop not a separate, but a culturally sensitive, ethnically sensitive diagnostic criteria. So that if someone comes in, right, and they're a person of Black American descent, that's one. African another, they start having these evidence-based sort of diagnostic routines. They don't just apply what works for white people to every people. This is how it works.
You're saying, correct me if I'm wrong, hospitals treated white women better than black women, correct?
I think hospitals develop the way they because they weren't receiving the types of care that they needed and the types of diagnostics that they needed at a higher rate because of certain things, and they were being misdiagnosed or having symptoms ignored because it wasn't something that.
It was racist. It was racism, everybody. Racism is the key word that they're not using yet, but racism is the word they're about to use. Racist!
Discussing this a couple of days back, right? So we have really covered, the history of, how the medical system in America, while still being flawed, right, is trying to improve, mostly because they don't want to get sued. But a lot of it is kind of like, you actually have to prove that it affects outcome, and you can't because it's not reproducible. Right? So that to me does not smell, kosher. But it is usually very heavily related to informed by education.
Implicit bias is generally a law, because to me that's just like people have different cultures. Different cultures, they interpret things through a certain cultural lens. That's really all it is. So yeah, and it is odd. I did do that. Harvard did that implicit bias sort of like screening up and taking exercise, but it didn't really work out. And I literally scored like on everything. Like I had no.
Did you say implicit bias?
Right, but that's because I studied anthropology. Like I'm highly exposed to.
What's implicit bias to an anthropologist? Wow, this is very tangential to the slave trade versus the Holocaust conversation. Hello?
Yeah, it's a
So yes, but getting back to it, I would say like being surprised, like what I don't understand, Cora, and I think this is at the core of like that liberal-minded, ethic is why is
this is the progressive movement, Alex. You just don't know the principles yet of the progressive movement.
yeah, but what I'm saying is like why is it so important to cater to all these different aspects of everyone's, like maybe you can answer this from an academic perspective, because it's literally no.
Cora, please let Alex at least finish his thought. Stop teaching progressive movement for a moment, please. Let Alex speak. Let Alex speak.
Systemic root causes of disparities based on race. However, in order to actually make progress, we need to stop racializing things. It's actually a racial conflict construct. It's going to take a long time to do it.
No, reparations of black tax is part of the progressive movement.
So it's kind of where and part of it is like a language thing. So if we can start to remove or assume racialization on everything within our language and look at it more from, this is the American population, there's the overall American culture, there's an urban culture versus a rural culture. We can recognize that. There's regional cultures, all of these things, and start to analyze it through that lens. Because a lot of it is like, I think a lot of it, I live in a state where there's like a large
interesting, because clearly, the American, academia is still highly influential, especially like, the West, generally speaking. So it's quite interesting to see, especially at universities here in Europe, where like they are kind of adopting the language and also the kind of media systems that are perpetuated through American academia, right? So it becomes kind of a little bit wonky.
Hello? We come in the progressive movement this afternoon with all you beautiful progressives that can't admit that you're just a bunch of taxologists and you want to restrict freedom of speech.
Tried and failed. Another one who bullshitted Clubhouse by trying to get a couple of $1,000s for campaign contributions, then is being looked at for campaign fraud, who has failed, and now here he is again. Does anybody give a shit?
What are you, Uncle Steve? Who are you?
Nobody gives a shit.
Who? But Daisy tried. What are you?
I am very successful at what I do. What I do is on my profile, and I am very well regarded in my industry.
Just because you're a porn star, that doesn't make you real.
I am very well regarded in my industry.
No.
You're not? Oh, okay.
I am a philosopher, and I actually am very highly regarded in my industry of philosophy. If you want to read a good poem, you could look at my PTR. I know people just like to talk while I talk all the time because I am maybe one of the world's most annoying people. And I hope to breed with an annoying woman and give birth to annoying children who will question authority and think for themselves. And guys like Steve and Cora, they are peas in a pod, meant for each other. both very argumentative, very angry, low IQ. And if you had high IQ, you had high EQ, which you don't, Steve. Your show sucks. All you do is yell at people. It's pathetic. And you're not highly regarded. Your show sucks and your career sucks. Oh, how's the lifestyle treating you, Steve?
There's also the magnitude of like the actual change that you make. So most people wouldn't regard me as being very successful, right? But and so and I worked hard to do it, but it's odds wise, within my family, it isn't a common thing, right? And it's also really hard to transition, right, socioeconomically, because not only are you out of place among the group that you're joining on a socioeconomic level, you get sort of like ostracized by the people that you left behind as well. So you lose all that family support. So yeah, it's really interesting.
Is it a lot of? I would say Cora is extremely successful. There was a claim made.
There was a claim made, but nobody heard it. Just go and just get talking. Thank you, Cora.
Successful, but I started from way behind and I made strides to get ahead. And if I started from where they started from and moved the same amount, I would probably be a millionaire.
That's not how I judge success.
Obviously, you can't fly, you can't grow wings. Like anything within your area.
You know what? If you can do whatever you want, whenever you want to do it, then you're successful too, in my mind.
All day long, it's pathetic.
True work is worthless. It's so low IQ.
It was so loud, dude. You can't even say your work is low IQ. I just think
Who wanted Tim? You know what?
This is the Down Show. Don't fuck with Big Down. Hello? Chillism, the Eternal Brain Rot Sufferers Association.
That's not nice. You know, I can't.
Choosing yourself. Just like this. Maybe just like this. Why 26,000? Why 26,000? Because it's my only number. My only number is 50. Just only this $1,000. This I give you a good price. What up? 26,000. You want to know how we can help? I'm getting as my guts. I feel the spend, you the spend. Like this,
John Kitover. Each state shall appoint in such manner as the legislature thereof may direct the number of electors equal to the number of votes.
Friends, over the past couple of weeks, I want to know.
I don't want to deal with you.
Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was a high school math teacher until he traded his blackboard for the payboard in 1976, eventually launching his own exclusive finance firm for billionaire clients. But he just couldn't keep out of the classroom. So when he was shopping for a new house, he bought himself an entire schoolhouse and transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a
We still gotta ask, like, so that's the verse where it says Simon was.
You're actually right. It is. Even in Greek, they're basically transliterating the Latin. So it's like transliteration of the Latin word Niger. So you're right about that. It is a Latin word. It's and the G is hard.
Can you tell us what it means? Can you
tell what the problem is, though? Like, yeah, that's the verse where it's talking about Simon, right?
Yeah, Simeon.
He was called Niger. So I was
can I put a pickup order for pickup? Number 2, hash potato. And those. That's those. John. Okay, see you soon. Thanks. See you later. See you soon.
X, Twitter, username change, not settings and privacy. I have to click here. And if I change these, for example, we just okay. Right corner. So to fix this issue, I'm gonna show you what you have to do. Okay. So just what you need to do. So guys, what you need to do is that you just need to go to browser and then write X Twitter. Okay. You have to just write X Twitter, and here you can see on the top you will find the website. Just click the icon on the bottom left. The website, just click on it, and then here you have to log in with your particular account to change the username. So here this type of interface will pop up. Just you need to click on this profile icon on the bottom left corner, and here you can see.
Hola.
the light and the darkness, we adore thee and we invoke. Look thou with favour upon me, who now standeth before thee, and grant thine aid unto the highest aspirations of my soul, that I may be enabled to accomplish the great work, to the glory of thine ineffable name. Amen. Imagine that there is a brilliant white light just above and touching the crown of your head. This bright sphere of light has the diameter of a small dinner.
To a certain ilk of people and trying to change their patterns of behavior by trying to dehumanize and shame those patterns and behaviors. I just think that it's completely delusional to think that he's going to have any sort of impact in saying some of the stuff that he says. It should just be trolling, but, with the amount of time, demonstrated frustration with him being clipped, and how he went after Roger just for not even being included in spaces, makes me feel like this isn't just trolling. Like there's a certain incentive and investment for him, whether it's financially, intellectually, or otherwise, with those who pay him.
Well, the ego and the personality doesn't want to be deflated or defeated. And so I can still respect his being, but really dislike his personality and his content and what he thinks he's shock comic. That's what he is. He's a shock comic. He doesn't, because honestly, I think he's just, to tell you the truth, I think he has brain damage and is low IQ.
Don't you have to be funny though? Like I honestly, I'm not even trying to sit here and kiss your ass. Like,
No, there's a percentage of people that think he's funny.
I actually think that you are more practically funny than Pepe is.
100%
I'm
I
not
am.
even trying to kiss your ass. Like I honestly think you're more funny than Pepe is.
100%.
But I think for somebody to be a comedian, they have to be funny. I think the only thing that
I know, but you got to remember that just using profane, vulgar language is actually so rare that you could call it comedy. To go on a stage and using, you could say it's comedy because he's the only one who's that demented, because you're what.
Let me tell you something. If you ever come out to California, you are actually meet up with. And I want to take you back to my hometown and actually speak to non-anti-Semitic, normal, productive, high-earning, funny people. You know what I mean? Funny Republicans. Like these trailer park monkeys on the, they're not funny. Like I don't think that this is funny. Like people are laughing at the reactions, that people have in their moment, responding to the things that they're saying, but the things in and of themselves are not funny.
No, I listen. You could go to any.
You see what I'm saying?
It's a bang room. That's really what it is. Because you can go to other bang rooms on this app. Like Cray 180, Cray Orange Juice, whatever. Or there's so many rooms where they're just really crazy, profane, vulgar conversations, and a lot of black rooms. With real pimps and real hoes, really talking about some really profane shit. And I'm just saying that's what Pepe is. But it's. See, Pepe is a clown, meaning like Pepe, whether it's the frog meme or a clown. But anyways, I'm just saying, I wouldn't have lunch with Pepe. I wouldn't want to hang out with Pepe. I wouldn't care. Like, I'd be like, dude, I've hung out with you for years and listened to you. I wouldn't want to meet you in the real world. Like, you are time filler space for my my YouTube live stream. That's it. Just because he's so shocking. And what I'm amazed is YouTube doesn't even take his videos down. But the thing is, I don't want to hurt people's feelings. I want them to, know what I mean without being mean. I want to give them their dignity in the same way that I want my dignity. But everyone isn't. I just think categorizing life as artist or critic is the way to go. Pepe is a terrible critic and he's a terrible artist. So but that as an artist. Hello?
Yeah, like I said, I just think that you're just more funny than Pepe. But I think that you just annoy people with the way that you deliver your humor. But if you actually participated in conversations in like your normal voice, you're actually pretty chill to listen to.
Everything with my political campaign about the financial crisis in this country was totally accurate. And if you go and you Google my name and you listen to my NPR interview, I mean, I impress myself when I listen to myself because I actually spent some time to research all the numbers. Whether it's the big beautiful bill, the national annual deficit, or the total, national debt, and the Senator Rand Paul is posting stuff that I was talking about, and so
Why don't you talk more about economics? Like, why don't you open up actual rooms where you talk about economics?
because that's like
Because
1% of the conversation.
I've done my research on you, and the business that you were in before coming onto this app, and maybe you're still doing right now, you have a lot of value to bring to the app. Like, I don't understand why you don't hold more of those conversations. Like, a lot of people's criticisms of Donald Trump and his business structure, you, from a professional perspective, would be able to break shit down in probably a humorous way and explain to people why the fuck they're wrong.
There's just no point. Honestly, entertainment is more valuable than these never-ending conversations because there's the culture war is the 99% of the war. The 1% financial war, it's like nobody cares about it. Nobody wants to talk about it. There's no financial accountants. There's no actuarial scientists. Entertainment spectrum, and unfortunately, that's life. Nobody wants to sit through an accounting class or some kind of economic class because it becomes political. So all communication is political, even finance, even wealth management, even economic analysis. All communication is political.
That's very true. That's very true. But I mean, I think that the difference between your set of experience and our collective set of experience, and a lot of people that we talk to on this app, they're not very professionally versed. They don't have any sort of business acumen, and they just are just not well spoken. They can't keep up in certain conversations, and that's why I clown on certain people when they come onto the stage, and it's like, are you even speaking English? So you're talking about a very high level financial topic, barely string together a sentence, and you want to tell me what the temperament of investors are? I mean, there are some very unpolished investors coming to any sort of groundbreaking information to change my ideas about how the economy works. Like, I just, do you understand what I'm saying, Evan? Or John, or Alex?
Jocks!
One of those people. I'm just kidding.
Jocks!
Well, that usdebtclock.org has all the data you need, and I've never heard a room run by anybody, any of the loudspeakers and highly argumentative people here. That's why I say, in a way, he who has the last word wins. And I have witnessed rooms where people can't give it, let it go or give it up, and they gotta have the last word, and they will. Can I have the last word? It's so important for them because their precious little egos are so sensitive and delicate that they gotta have the last word. It makes them think that they're the winner of this social experiment. Everything is an experiment in your life. You will conduct millions of experiments. We are all scientists, and this app is actually a scientific experience. It's a communication experiment. Every room, every second is one more experiment of your happening. So it's up to you in my opinion, that's why I like to read books all the time, because I want to inject XYZ variables into this platform and through myself, as opposed to absorbing the Pepes of this app. I was lifting weights and working out one day, and I was and because I listen to this app so much, I started hearing Pepe's voice in my head in the gym, or I was where. I was like, could you imagine if like he lived rent free in your head, that voice and what he's talking about and how annoying he is? It was like.
No, he has a very, very distinct, very annoying voice. It's actually going to be hearing some nights once. And I had to stop and just collect myself and then get back to what I was doing.
He's having sex with another man
it's
thinking of
annoying, very annoying voice. Same thing with Rich. Like, you just have this loud, congested, just like this big back voice that just comes up off the mic, and he sounds intelligent, and he really is. He is pretty funny sometimes, but he's just very fucking annoying.
And he said, "Yeah, I have a question for candidate John." He goes, "If you were elected, what would you do for your constituents?" And my answer was, "Well, to me, it's important that I can help resolve or eliminate personal debt or public debt that you're responsible for. To me, that would be something a leader would be interested in." The financial well-being of his constituents and voters and their social public financial obligations. But primarily, we're talking about tax reform and lowering how much you have to contribute to a government which overspends and spends on woke stuff. But, Rich showed up, he asked, but he asked me a pretty difficult question, but I had thought of it in advance because I was thinking, if I was in the position of being a congressperson and having hundreds of thousands of people in your district that hypothetically you're responsible to, what would I actually want to do for people? And so create content and take photos with this benefactor or constituent or group, and like they're all creating publicity credibility pieces, but they're not in a position of understanding finance and economy in a way in which, because I think they have to be educators. If your congressperson or senator isn't an educator on the economy, on even personal development, well, they're really totally in it for themselves and for their network. They're not in it for the voters. And that's the big disconnect. And if you want to prove it, just look at a tree and realize that all human beings are leaves on a tree. And the branches are a network, an invisible connection through the ballot or through social media. And there are variables that impact those leaves, like the wind, the sun. Well, that would be like the economy, but it's cyclical, so, but anyways. Hello?
Constitution, read by candidate Matt told me this week there's a short list of nominees, probably about 3 to succeed. Inspector General Witzberg, that is either on its way to you or is with you now. I'm wondering if you've received it and if there are any criteria in particular that are foremost in your mind as you weigh a potential successor.
Yeah, so I have received, I'll go through an interview process. That's the way it usually works. And by the way, that didn't happen with
Okay, Dr. Adams, have you ever heard of the I Ching? Hello? So this is a song that I have created on Suno about Brandon Johnson, the Chicago mayor, who's a corrupt criminal politician, part of an Rico racketeering operation. And my slogan is Brandon Johnson is them.
Chicago mayor.
There's so many versions of the song.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lies.
He lies.
Repercussions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows teens to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.1 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson. Just is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Republicans and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crony nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Proportions and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Please to take on the streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to get out to his crowded nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud and a criminal who lied. Repression and socialism for black slaves. Free buses for abortions from out of state. Allows thieves to take over streets and cause chaos. Borrows $1.3 billion to give out to his crowded nonprofits. The FBI needs to arrest Mayor Brandon Johnson and his CTU mafia propaganda. Affordability is a kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hands in the playground. 1-3 in the dark coast counting. Fight up, hands out, all mounting. You speak like a script from a play. Kids use the pop for you catch that play. Brandon Johnson is the test. Every paycheck under attack. You talk care, you wait. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a foul. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Morals, my dream, and it's a criminal. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. What is a Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Hell will bring Brandon Johnson to PTO is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the Johnson is a to give to crony non-profits. The C2 is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the What's transparency? Is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost $1.3 billion to get the party dogs the CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Farming Johnson is a fraud.
Thanks, where's everything now? Public, spending track of now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Thanks, where's everything now? Public, spending track of now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam.
Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam.
Thanks, where's everything now? Public, spending track of now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam. Thanks, where's everything now? Public, spending track of now. Brandon, Johnson is a tax. Brandon, Johnson is a scam.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a borrows $1.3 billion, millions in prodigal profits. The C2 is the mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending track Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending track. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon
tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a vandal. On the 3 billion ticket to voting on. Fuck up the city is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the box, transparency. All these men is regular. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for my slaves is a scam. It's a low-tax social. Brandon Johnson is a flag. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is a liar. Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Something good to give to Tony. It's a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open your books. Transparency now. Public spending track of Brandon Johnson. Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the Reparations for all black slaves is a scam. It's a flag tax socialist taxologist. All taxation is the form of money is a scam. Russian greenhouse is a power for profits. Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CCU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability
is a scam. Brandon Johnson is a tag. Broken the books, transparency. No! Public spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax tracker. Spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax tracker. Spending tracker. No! Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. You sent our paychecks with a smile. Now you're past that. Your friends at the table, eating out the back. Stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrow a mountain full of parking lot dreams, sign your name on the dollar like it's free, free, free. We wake up left with the red ink screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills that don't spend. Cash goes out with darkness. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers like mine. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. You call it same name from a contract. Every story retold. You preach about football. Raise the toll. Whole city in a chokehold. Just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a pretty blue sign. Want a public spending tracker in real time. Not enough photo op online. We're done with fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes up with rockets. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in our mind. Transparency on every track. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want the city. Every cent, every check, every ring. See the lights, the cracks, the shadows, hold back, hold Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spin. Cash goes out with rockets. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers in our mind. Truth on the skies. Still all just in the back. Brandon Johnson is a tag.
December paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the back. Stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Signed your name on the flyer. Like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with a red sleeve. Every promise on paper. Feels sweet to me. When the Johnson is attacked, we're the ones who pay back. All the bills and all the fees. Cash flow.
I'm gonna hit my opinion wooden drum here, and you'll know that I consider my opinion is that your opinion is an opinion, not a fact.
$310. Will you set me free? Wait.
How old are you?
I have told you. Just over 18,000 years.
You're a liar. If I did it, then you would be freer than me. So. Just integration.
It is a welcome improvement. It is beautiful.
It's only because I need you that I cannot free you.
I've been in this chamber for 5,000 years. Another few decades won't matter.
You're that confident I will free you.
You want something from me? 300.
May I invite you to dinner with me? Just dying to get to know you. I don't know what you do for a living, sir, but you'd make one hell of a salesman. I work in insurance. That makes sense. They're the worst. When you're right, you're right. Well, apologies if I came on a little strong. No, not at all. I will see you next Friday. With pleasure. You made my night. What was that? Oh my God. Is it real? Yes. How often does that happen to you? Quite often. Hey, if you're watching this, could you
in midnight and then we watch, if we're lucky, one episode of Dragon Ball Z.
Guy likes Dragon Ball Z.
Told me this week there's a short list. Constitution, read by Candid. Voice. Middle class, popping at you go.
announcing the Cook County GOP Chicago Mayor Canada execution romantic story is developing. Management. The city's broke property tax is only going to water sewer car tax. It's a scam. I'm running as a libertarian fighting for all people who want to live free from taxation and tax debt. I work with Paul's presidential run. I'm running for Congress and committee. Is that clear the hurdle for a romantic date? Wow. That's great, Johnny. Unless it does, all the heroes I hate. Holy shit.
be open. It's definitely fully open, unless it's not open right now. And we have a peace deal with people, but they may or may not be capable of some. They're decentralized.
Kyle, it was open on day one. Am I right?
It was open before we got started. Yeah, we had to
before we dropped the bomb. It was open.
We could open it.
Yeah. So even anybody non-military would know. You start bombing their ass, that's going to shut down first.
That would make sense to me. I would think that whatever the threat.
Kyle, you think maybe the other presidents before Trump realized that maybe if you attack them, they're going to close down the Strait of Hormuz?
No, I don't think any of the other presidents ever knew anything. Trump's the only person that's ever known anything ever. Thank God we had him show up and solve the problem that didn't exist previously. So luckily now we have this problem that we can solve. Dude, I don't know. I'm just listening to people. Like, I watch this and I just go, number one, I don't think anybody fucking knows what's happening. And everybody who says they did, I think, is lying to me. The second thing is that I don't think Trump knows what's going on anymore. He's 80.
I couldn't disagree more with you. I think he's doing a great job.
Your name literally says MAGA right now. You're in the category of people who don't matter for votes. You don't matter for votes because you're already in the tally of people who don't.
Oh, I wasn't here trying to be flirted with for new votes. But I'm just saying he's doing a
What I'm
good job.
saying is that the gettable votes, he's running people away, so people just go, fuck it, I'm not interested.
No one's running away. He's solid in them. He's solidly entrenched in his people.
Your opinion on this is irrelevant because the people who can actually decide, hey, I'm going to go vote and I'm going to push this over the limit, which is going to be conservative independents, or people who go, fuck it, this guy doesn't seem like he has any value to what he said he was going to do previously. I read his promises. He's not keeping them. The people that look at that, they're just tuned out, and you can't tune them back in. And if you listen to what even our vice president said the other day, he said 10 years ago, we only had 35 people that would vote for something similar to the SAVE Act to be able to secure elections. And every single thing Trump said. He said the elections are rigged, which I believe, and if you don't secure them, then we don't have real elections. You haven't secured them, so I believe in that we don't have real elections. So
Kyle, I get your perception. You're not about what's happening in the United States of America. In the United States of America, the economy is excellent. Our energy production, the economy. Let me do this. The Dow Jones. Let me slow down for you. I'm telling you, the Dow Jones, the S&P 500, and the Nasdaq are all at or right near all-time highs. Time out, Kyle. I'm not done, you motherfucker. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking. You like to interrupt people because you think you're the smartest guy in the fucking building. You're not. So shut the fuck up. So let me talk. So the second thing, inflation, excellent. Okay? Under Trump, inflation, excellent. Unemployment, excellent.
What do you mean by excellent inflation?
You want me to go through inflation now with you? Okay, let's do inflation. Let's go through the whole room. You're going to be obtuse because you're a little smarty pants. All right, smarty pants. Inflation rate in America. Today, let's get it for Kyle because he's going to be an obtuse little fucking smarty pants. All right, so here it is. Ready, smarty pants? Here's your inflation rate. It is at 3.3% right now. That's very low in America. No, it's not. That's called. That's a go by Jerome Powell. But when you're at 3% inflation,
when you're at 3%, that means your money is losing.
Well, no, dude, shut the fuck up. You don't know anything about finance. You don't know anything about finance. Wages increase in America is the next question.
Okay, it's more than 3%, obviously. A lot more.
You still think that thing on the
Hold on, it better be a lot more than 3%, and it better.
You're trying to caveat a lot more. It's got to be a lot more, right? Okay.
Well, we got to price up from the cost to have
wages increase.
Like 9%.
Wages increase in America. So it's slightly more than that one. It's 0.2. Go to math school because I can tell you that you never did any finance in your life. So here's the idea. The idea here is he's doing great financially. Our borders are secure. Right? We now pump more oil. We you're the #1 oil producer in the world.
That's why it's $5.50 a gallon.
Because that's because it sounds like you live in the liberal state of California if it's $5.50.
No, I live in Texas,
That's your
America.
fault.
I live in
Where do you
America.
live? Go for it. Okay, it's not $5.50 a gallon unleaded regular. So
Well, there you go, Kyle. It's offset diesel. You're hard
okay, diesel. Okay, you have to go to diesel. What do you drive? A freaking big rig? What do you stop lying in here?
Yeah, I drive a fucking big rig, yeah, for sure.
Okay, anyhow, the bottom line is the economy's doing great.
What do you drive?
Right now, a G-Wagon and an Escalade. And a fucking golf cart. Shut up, I'm talking about your
Do you let your boyfriend drive it often, or?
anyhow. So bottom line here is you don't know anything about finance. Yeah, no, you don't. You're financially illiterate. It's obvious. Don't shoot out your back window like a weirdo again, or you kitchen whatever. So bottom line is this. When you talk about Trump, don't talk about him like you're smarter than him, because you're not. You never accomplished like him. You're not here.
I am not going to vote for anything Trump.
I know you're not, dude. You're a liberal. You're going to vote for Gavin Newsom because you like pretty little
I'm only because it might
You
be
should.
wrong.
I don't want your vote. I want your vote.
Here's the funny thing. A lot more people listen to me than you, and we might think that's fun. I'm an accelerationist.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and fix that in a minute. You're just a little podcaster, dude. No one cares.
What's your audience look like there, Eddie?
My audience looks like whatever I want to make it.
Okay, that's not a real thing.
Yeah, it is a real thing. Because I can do that. I move mountains, you know.
Mountains. You're talking about like a fucking former college baseball player. You understand? I got fucking trophies up on my wall. Yeah,
That's
that's
what
what
it is.
college ball.
That's 26 years ago.
Overweight.
That's 26 years ago, special agent. That's 26 years ago, special agent. 26 years ago, special agent. I know who you are too.
Hey, Eddie, talk to Kyle like you're the 9 to 5 guy that's not invested in the market, that sees the price of milk at fucking $10 a gallon, the price of gas at almost $6 a gallon. Talk to him from that perspective, not the one that sits on Wall Street that fucking short shit all the time. Okay? When you get that perspective in your fucking
I never shorted a stock. I never shorted a stock in my life. I never shorted a stock in my life. So I won't say on topic. This guy's a negative Nelly. He seems to think that the world's coming to an end, and all he wants is some grift so that he can get more podcasts, more people to listen to his garbage. Why don't you join Nick and vote?
It's getting a headache. Listen, Eddie, we had one question for you, which I think
out of the room.
No, I couldn't listen anymore. I was getting a headache. That wasn't flow. Now listen, Eddie, it was one simple question that Crazy asked you, and I think it's a legitimate one. The average person that is not in the market and doesn't make their money by capital gains and losses doesn't worry about what the market is doing. They worry about what they can afford, and they can't afford anything, right? That's the problem. So how are you convincing those people that they're better off?
Yeah, okay, great question, Cliff.
You're talking everything.
160 million. He asked me the question. But he did answer. Oh, yeah, go ahead. You go first. Go ahead.
You guys are answering this in the most rudimentary. Rudimentary. 2 plus 2 equals 4.
Why are we pretending that?
Y'all are having a debate. What are we debating? Listen, guys, all right. I asked the question. I wasn't debating.
Shut up. I'm not allowed to.
Then shut up. For fuck's sakes. Stop talking more than I am. When you ask a question, you want to respond.
Shut the fuck up. Don't talk.
I'm going to give you a response.
So you're going to take the
I'm giving you a response. But when you ask, I Last question. Everybody, ADG is about to respond. Please shut up and listen to this guy. 2 plus 2 is 4. Yes, it is. And 3 plus calculations with you all. We can't do that. We do it in multiples of 3. Well, first of all, you're not making me what rudimentary mean. Alright, so listen. I understand the hatred divulged for Trump. I get it. The dude sounds like a fucking asshole. Well, yeah, we can't say that. Come on. Stop it. No, he does. I mean, that's rudimentary. I'll put fucking asshole. Well, yeah, we can't say that. Come on. Stop it. No, he does. I mean, that's rudimentary. Who's not in the bag. Can I get my one answer question answered first? Jen always answering that number up crazy. You already know why. You know why.
Yeah, I want to answer.
Go ahead, crazy.
I've been dagging. I'll be quick.
Go ahead, Eddie.
Ready? 160 million middle-class Americans invest in the stock market. 160 million. Okay?
I'm gonna freaking get this over and done with so I can go on with my life. You just, I pray that that's true. I would want nothing more for that to be true. And it's a shame. I only have the faith of a mustard seed, and maybe I can make something like that happen. Because from all evidence, there is no time where Trump, when it comes to something like this, does it his way in reality. But I would love for that to be true. I really would. But that variable in the back, they sabotage things all the time. That's why I can't fully say, that's what's going to happen. So I don't know. But I'd love to find out, and I wish that was true. I pray that's true.
Douglas McGregor just said there's a massive movement of U.S. troops. I don't know what he said. But that's been happening all day, so I don't know why he's saying it's breaking. Massive movement of U.S. planes and resources into the Middle Eastern region, but that's been happening throughout today, so I'm not sure what it means. But, okay, let's go to, let's go to Parabel.
Hello, hi, and good evening to you guys. Some of you are supposed you're not in the States. I just want to try to connect all the dots. If we can just freeze a minute about the topic of these.
Yes, you can.
Basic stuff. So let's just freeze a minute.
okay, Beaver, I don't know, whatever. And then I'm like, so then Beaver's like, fuck, shit. So we got pause the state. We're trying to, do the little pause part of it. And obviously he did doctor because the Beaver was like, oh shit, now we got to remove them. And Beaver's like looking around trying to find the little thing to remove. You know how it's positioned in a weird way where it's like, just all fucked up, you know what I mean? And he goes to do it, it's like there's a little like delay, and he hit the wrong person. It happened to be Joel down below there, down in the audience here, knocked her out, and realized he didn't get rid of Brad. Of course, then Brad's like fuming on stage at the same time, going, "I'm gonna dox all of you because you're not getting rid of them." Dude, it was the most epic shit show in 5 minutes. I couldn't believe it. I was like, oh, and I'm coming back to all this. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Right, Beaver? Wasn't that just nuts? Yeah. Sort it out really quick, but I blocked the mount because he went way over top. I'm like, fuck that shit. And but he might be gone forever now because he did all this bullshit. So, I mean, Clubhouse is totally gonna like device ban him a bit, I wouldn't be surprised.
He did something probably. I think it's illegal. What he did.
Well, that he did. I don't know if you were just scared.
He was like, yeah, I think he broke the law.
Yeah.
I mean, once he said that it would be sad if anything happened to her, he posted a picture of that handgun. It's like, dude, that's. I don't know. I mean, yeah, you might not have said, I'm going to do this, but you make it. That is not going around the fence with it. That is being, like, outright threatening.
Alistair, were you recording that room, by the way, that late? You record 3 a.m. rooms? I don't know.
And I could show you the actual federal and state code. I was like, come into compliance. He's like, thanks, brother. But he can't let it go. So, nobody can let anything go. And that's why if somebody attacks me personally, I got no problem recording it, posting it, and then letting it go. But I don't carry grudges against, berserker Vikings on a rampage in a forest trying to kill me. That's not how I want to live my life. I'm a pleasant, happy person, and I hope if a homicidal person finds me annoying, I hope that he can understand what I mean without me being mean. To quote our great RFK, HSSI, whatever secretary. See what I'm saying? Hello?
I paid Brad in. Might as well get this out of the way if he's hanging out anywhere, Because, I don't know. To me, it was just a bit too much. I don't think we did anything wrong. We can only do so much because clearly you got to give us time to do what we need to do. And just because there was a delay doesn't mean that we were all in on this or some bullshit like that,
So you're because you're getting the blame from Brad because a berserker Viking just attacks anything that can be attacked in his immediate vicinity. But what you're gonna have to deal with is saying I'm sorry because Brad is the #1 Viking berserker in the forest. Matt, you're not gonna be able to stand up to the berserker power. I'm just telling you. Hello.
No, I mean I have no problems. I'll put sway and I'll apologize. I don't know how.
Yeah, he's just gonna chew you out. But I was also saying things as some chaos was happening. But I think what you're talking about, I didn't witness or hear. But I know that he was attacking me on stage, and then I started attacking him on stage. But nothing that I haven't already said in the past. So I got no problem.
That was last night.
Yeah, that was when you kicked him to the goo, and then
Yeah. This kind of started between you and him, and then it spread to Mountain, right? It started with you, right, first, and then Mountain. Remember, I was away. I don't know.
it was like it was the three of us all screaming at the same time. But
Yeah, I was right about all that noise.
Yeah.
There was some. I came back, everybody was like.
Yeah. I kept saying Brad Stauffenberger denies children's health insurance claims. Brad Stauffenberger denies children's health insurance. No, everybody knows he denies children's health insurance claims. I thought everybody knew that.
But you said his last name. I actually don't know his last name and all that, but.
Oh, well, it doesn't really matter. Berserking Viker.
I found his information when he texted me on Discord. He had like his real phone number, all that shit. I was like, he was rich or somebody that like had already given his real name. I didn't really like.
So what is he? It'd be interesting to see what he considers doxing if everybody already knows his last name, right? That's not considered doxing. Kind of, I guess. It's like semi.
Well, no, it's the doxing part isn't the thing. The fact that he showed the picture of his daughter.
Well, that's different. Right.
No, he was public.
Obviously, it was his claim that he got doxed in the room. You know what I mean? So,
No, it's just a bullshit. But he was public on his profile for years. He had his Instagram with his legal name. He has an LinkedIn account. The guy's a public guy. How do you come to the public square? Death threats and not expect any kind of like reverse communication, bro. You're in the public square. Hello?
I feel bad that she got astray there, Beaver. That was brutal. You're just like, oh shit, I sent the wrong person out of the room.
Actually, it can be pretty fucking annoying.
Yeah, I'm kind of like on a short leash with that guy right now. I just can't get. Wait. No.
But look, guys, let me tell you something. He likes to blame the Jews for everything. Guys, Pepe, he's an excellent. He likes to blame the Jews for everybody. Pepe likes to blame the Jews for everything. You know, that's what he does. Like, and it's just like, I get it. Oh, you're gonna repeat it again? Amazing.
He's doing that goofy laugh lately. I just want to smack him on that one. God, it's so fucking annoying. I need to ask if Brad does show up. He sounded like he was pretty tipshous to the wind. Like, I hardly ever catch people who have been drinking. So, not at least with Brad. Usually, you know, you can kind of tell. Brad would sound like he was ready to just kill people last night. Anyways, even prior to that, you know.
Well, he had a.
So, like, going after you, Bema, and Joe, like, we didn't even have a chance. Didn't even give us a chance to write who, Mountain or
Brad.
The problem is also it didn't help to have Joe there because they have their own beef going, you know. And then Bam wasn't around, so he always ties her in with it, you know. And then Bema, he doesn't really care for Bema, but they did have the Jazzy Force that was going on, which means, you know, they were at peace. We saw whatever that was 2 weeks ago.
You do realize it is essentially a bang room, right? Like you could go to black bang rooms and it's the same thing. It's just it's a category of content. It's called bang room.
Yeah, I used to have those on all the time, dude.
Yeah, but you would think that if you're a grown adult, particularly like a father and a professional, you wouldn't engage in bang room behavior. That's the critique as an artist.
What do you do besides troll and talk shit to people? You fucking faggot. Like, don't act like you're
F word. Listen, what I'm.
Some moral high ground.
I'm trying to accurately describe the situation. Okay, well, I know you give me your grace, Pepe. All I'm trying to say is that in life, I have boiled down all interactions to either artist or critic. What Pepe just demonstrated was his criticism of my artistry. And it goes both ways. And hello? Well, some of us.
The work, this whole thing was Monica this morning, bringing it up, and I think there's something in the whole thing, and I was just like, this is exactly what people fucking hate you.
And what we didn't need to, by get Brad even more angrier. I woke up to that. So I woke up and I heard Monica going, how do we handle this with him? Like, I was like, oh no. And then she got on me with action a little bit. She's like, oh, you don't want me to defend my friends? I'm like, no, stay the fuck out of it. Basically, she was getting so mad.
Who was this?
Monica.
Monica's saying shit then about Brad?
No, Monica came on the stage this morning, same house, or same room. And she's like, what should we do about this? Like, about Brad. Like, she was going back and forth. I think with you, Bieber, right?
She gave him Brad. Why would Brad post this? It's only hurting Brad. Brad? The next day is just kind of like, he's just like, it is. Yeah. And like, he's not, I understand he's probably like super frustrated. Or message a picture of his daughter's face, and then the next picture is a handgun. Like, that's just so uncalled for. And then, of course, he ends up getting kicked after Mountain does. He's just going to say a bunch of shit because he's raging. And it's just like, you can't expect him to be reasonable when that happened.
Yeah, it was like compounding, you know what I mean? The frustration. So he's like told, he gets moved to the goo and then removed, after, being completely like doxed in that way. Now, all that other stuff, the channel stuff came like ways after, like 20 minutes after the actual incident, It wasn't during while he was on stage or anything, but as far as I know, I don't know. But, and then there was something else I just realized, what was that I was just going to mention? On Pocket's house wall. That's why Monica knew about it, because Brad went and posted on the house wall for whatever reason he was raging,
It's just like, read the situation, Monica, have some awareness. You butting in right now is only going to fucking piss him off. Just be quiet.
Exactly.
I used to hate that the left would use the term Karen because it always like would be aimed at like bitchy white women, But it's like at the same time, it's like, god damn, they kind of nailed that stereotype like really well. And it does dog pile with somebody, so she's not here to defend themselves. Don't you feel bad for all the Karens out there that are actually nice ladies? Yeah, I do. Because you have people whose names starts with M that ruin it for them.
Well, all I can say is that the political climate and the culture tries to describe itself now as a progressive movement. The progressive movement is nothing more than a taxologist tax movement. And it's all about black reparation tax or black tax, which is really just social redistribution and taxation by another name. You can't get around the three-letter words like tax. No, it's not stupid. That's what they're doing. Well, hold on, let me finish. Okay, let me finish. I'm not finished speaking. Oh, I'm not going to shut up, Dr. PP. Okay. And tax reform is the real issue at hand, but they just hypnotize you with their bullshit topics like abortion buses, reparation black tax, a dozen other topics. And so ultimately it comes down to two things, cause and effect. But everything is broke. All the cities are woke and they're all broke. So that's the issue at hand. Everything else is just political communication, hypnosis, propaganda. It's all spam. I am complete. Thank you very much.
Think once. What I find really funny is you get Elizabeth Warren, you get all of these progressives that live fairly well, that are pushing for this shit, and even the black ones, like, hell, Kamala Harris is doing pretty well. Her husband is a very wealthy, you know, you get these. To me, these politicians want this thing. Frank, politicians on both sides, I think, promise.
Yeah, you're going to be frank. What we need is a spending tracker. We need a spending tracker. We need transparency and a public ledger. No, we want to know where the money goes to and to who. We need total transparency. It's total cronyism. Every city takes out billions of dollars in loans and gives it to nonprofit equity. It's the same scam as USAID. We are living in the midst of criminal politicians that do it in the open politically, and they do it.
Yes, they're way better at siphoning from tax dollars.
And borrowing. It's not direct taxation anymore. It's borrowing from Bank of America, Wells Fargo, and JP Morgan and other banks. It's a huge scam. Look at Nick. Nick, come up here and teach this young Dr. Peepee something about the books. Because Dr. Peepee's all entertainment. He's not an accountant. He's not an actuarial scientist. He's not interested in finance. He just wants to... worked in corporate America. I've managed portfolios. Okay, you can keep screaming, shut up, Dr. Peepee, but you're not addressing what I'm saying because you have no intelligence. You've got the IQ of a gnat. I am complete. Hello?
This has long been, wherever you've had a big Democratic machine, whichever city, whether it was Boston, New York City, Chicago, Baltimore, DC, it doesn't matter where it is. It's always been how people have always tried to find a way to, politicians and everybody involved have found a way, how do we siphon off these funds? How do we give it to, the guys on our side, the guys that gave us, campaign contributions, whatever. Yes, it's a big fucking scheme. I get it. I'm not, I think that and when I hear like actual leftists, average Democrats or liberals say like, well, why can't we be like a country like, a soft dem country like, I don't know, Norway or something like that. It's really nice how they have all these wraparound services there. And it's like, oh, because it will all be looted by corruption and of course, fraud, basically, by both the American people and the crony capitalists, as you say, and the politicians around them. It's not possible. Like, we are like a pretty fucking corrupt country. I mean, we're not as bad as Mexico or anything like that, but we definitely cannot use our tax dollars, I think, in a way that's meaningful. If we have a shitty population,
that's actually bullshit. That's actually bullshit.
To be straight, we are a lot more. Hold on. I hump you from behind and show you what a good little bitch you are. So please, no offense, shut your filthy little fucking mouth, you fucking faggot. Just shut the fuck up and let me finish my fucking point. God damn. Now, anyways, the problem is, American people Shut your dirty fucking felon mouth, you stupid faggot. Fuck you. I'm the one that sucks cocks, you do. No, you are. You are the one in prison. You have to help people invade our country for money because you're a worthless fucking dick. Now, yeah, our country does have a lot of shitty people. We do not have the same citizenry as Norway, for example. We cannot trust our people and we cannot trust our politicians the same way. Like, when it comes to taxes, you really almost have to default to the conservative position where, yeah, you don't want the federal government taking care of it. And I'm sympathetic where if we had an honest people and an honest politicians and honest government, fine, we can have larger safety nets, but America isn't the country for it. That's the bottom line. Hey, by the way, the United States is not worse than Mexico. It's more fraudulent than America, and that's actually bullshit. It's more corrupt, absolutely. Yeah, I said corrupt. Well, yeah, same thing. Well, I mean, it's more corrupt. Are you really going to try to convince us that Mexico's not more corrupt? Well, they're not more corrupt than the United States because the only reason why I say that is because the United States fucking pays fucking every fucking country in the fucking You're telling me in Mexico that cops and politicians aren't like still to this day largely bought off and paid for by criminals and by any special interest group, like whether it's a corporation, whatever, to just do what they want. That is Mexico's problem. And they also have a much different problem where nepotism is far worse in Mexico than it is here. Like it's illegal to do the type of nepotism you have there is highly illegal. I'm talking about in government. You're talking about in government now? Well, I mean, yes. They have large families. Once one of them gets any kind of power, they're expected to take care of their whole family. They absolutely discriminate. Well, that's kind of part of they're having like family before everything is kind of part of their downfall because it makes it so that nepotism in a weird way. I'll give you that.
Out of all countries, who is the most corrupt, do you think? Like, just out of all the countries? I think there's a ranking, isn't there?
They do have a corruption index.
Yeah, look that up.
I'll look it up.
Colombia. Right, it depends, like, is it financial or criminal, I suppose, because Ukraine would be, like, probably right up there with, like, financial corruption, and then, like, the rest, like, murders and stuff like that, probably, like, whatever, Colombia. I don't know, there's probably a way to break it down. James says Israel.
I forget the name of the word for it in Israel. It's like anybody who I guess is familiar with Israel, they know this word. I don't know. I forget it. I think it starts with an S, but it's what you call like a sucker. And people on here have explained it to me. Like they're like, no, that is a thing. Yeah. It's in other words, don't be the dumb sucker that plays by the rules in a way where you will, not come out ahead. And so there is like, they look down on, in a weird way, I don't know how to put it. It's hard because it's culturally different, so I don't know how to really judge it.
It's kind of like natural, like to their culture, the corruption.
And if you aren't doing, they think you're a sucker. Is that a good way to put it or no?
Yeah, like if you aren't at least willing to bend the rules, or if you're not willing to.
That'd be kind of weird to live in that kind of. I mean, we kind of have that here in a way, like the the street hustle or whatever. But
if I was, dude, I'm not gonna lie, like
I'd be down with that.
Like people. Okay, so I'm okay. This is gonna sound anti-Semitic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but like some of the most cutthroat people, just business-wise, to like really have to work with, and that's have not my dad or anybody else, but other family members who worked in like the garment industry in New York City, shit like that. I mean, Jews have like a real reputation for being very, I guess you can say like adept and they're very savvy and shrewd when it comes to business and very difficult to work with, especially if you're an outsider. I highly doubt that changes, and I can only I can only imagine doing business in Israel, like personally.
Well, have you ever heard the term "out Jew the Jew"? I mean, that's that's fucking classic,
I mean, yeah, I've heard that. The thing is, though, is that they have like a tight knit. Like in a lot of these industries, they'll become very tight knit, and I feel like and you look at this with Jews, they tend to go into certain industries, and then they're highly nepotistic and highly favor their own, and they're going to there's going to be a bitch to work with because of that.
I don't want to insult you, Pepe, or interrupt you, but you're just repeating tropes, which applies to every tribe, every group. It could be saying what applies to everyone. You are. Just say it. Say it with a different race, and you'd be like, oh, well, he's right, actually. Indians do that. Persians do that. French and British and Canadians, they all do that. It's called psychology and tribalism. It's not just because of Jews, Pepe. Who's giving me that X sign? Are you stupid?
Have you ever worked with a Jew?
Yeah, I worked with Jews, but never in a Jewish-dominated industry. So it's like these were just people like me. So, it's a thing. And yes, there are groups that do this, where they'll tend to maybe have market capture of a certain industry. Jews, it's obviously the media, Hollywood, advertising, specific fields that are influential. The garment industry, that's another one. There's different. The diamond trade is one where they're known for it. But they tend to. They are extremely tribal, and it's like, yeah, they're not going to share. They're going to want to make sure that their tribe has control over that industry.
You're describing human behavior, not a specific group of people having malicious traits. I'm not going to shut up. You are libeling and slandering a group of people. It's called bigotry. It's called racism and stupidity. It applies to all groups of people, dumbass. I'm not an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. You shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it doesn't apply to all ethnic groups. The thing that you also have to remember is they are a very small ethnic group. Tribal identity and like how tribal you are greatly increases. Just because there's fewer of them. I think if like white Christians were only 0.22% of the world's population, we'd be super fucking tribal.
Right. Let me ask, so actually, is the diamond industry, what industries do we know that they got locked in? Like,
apartment complexes.
property management. Right. So, I mean, you could get a job turning apartments yourself. You know what I mean? Like, that's something that you could do. Take it up as a side hustle. You know, partner yourself with local management groups, you know, pitch your ideas, you know, demonstrate some of your work, you know, even offer them something, because again, this is side money hustle. Even offer them something extremely low, you know, to turn 1 or 2 units. They're always looking to cut their bottom line. They did asset management for over a decade. So I'm telling you right now, if you want to position yourself to be able to open up your own business and to be able to gain your own clients just based on name recognition, you need to establish your credentials. You know, the first establishment of credentials is to incorporate a business and to get a general contractor's license.
Yeah, the hard thing about incorporating a business is I got a recent record. That was last year, and then something else that was like in January.
So what are the licensure requirements?
What do you mean?
For a general contractor in the state of Utah? Can you
I agree.
Right now?
He has found his.
So is there a criminal component to the requirement process? Like, can you not have like a misdemeanor? Is a charge different than a disposed case? You know, what is the level of the disposition of the case? I mean, there's many different things when it comes into licensure requirements. You know what I mean?
He was a boxer.
I just fill out some bullshit to even find out.
You know, I live in Chicago, Dr. Adams, and just across the street from me, some slick Rick developer bought up a the tarp is blowing in the wind like crazy, but no one is doing any other work because it's a spec house. And it is on an incredibly busy road. I think they'll probably make profit on it, but interesting the strategy to try to buy city lots and buy premium city lots for pennies on the dollar. And if you can get the mayor and the zoning developing commission to even give you grants and basically pay for the whole place if you give them 25% of the units for affordability. So affordability is a scam. As a libertarian, as a scientist of math and accounting, Nick will agree that borrowing to spend to grow an already defunct and bankrupt system that relies on taxation to fund other people's apartments is not truth. That's a scam. That's fraud. That's not how you grow an economy. It is politics. I rest my case.
Alistair, you sound like a money man.
It's just common sense. You can't create nothing out of nothing, and that's what they claim.
I gotta have some capital. Like, I can have all the know-how, but if I ain't got no money to back me to do some shit, like I gotta keep bringing my money in to get my capital. So if I want to do a job, I can pay for materials and then invoice these motherfuckers so they can pay me back. And I'm not there yet.
No, and that's what I'm saying. You should probably look into taking out a small business loan and scale.
Man, my credit score is
scale your business that way. So that's why it's probably building yourself that way. Yeah, to some degree, your personal credit's going to matter, but you definitely want to set the framework of developing credentials and establishing your business so that you're able to take out small business loans and able to fund your projects as you're continuing to invoice people and get paid for
I just wish the world was more like, hey, you're good at what you do and you do what you do. You know what? We got you. Like, why? It got to be so damn difficult. Fuck. If you've seen the shit that I was building on right now, you'll be like, what?
See, all of life comes down to politics. Your housing, your pension, your retirement, your savings, your lawsuits.
I'm sick of that shit.
Well, it's an unfortunate reality, but it goes back thousands of years. I don't see how right now is any different than what it was probably like in ancient Rome. Egypt or ancient Greece. People have probably been behaving the same way that they're behaving now throughout the ages. But we're just using English.
I was so close to opening the business that I wanted, and then I fucked up and I got in trouble. I was so close. Me and my partner was going in. I told him, well, I want to open a dispensary. Like, that's what I want to do. I got a green thumb. I'm a master at growing weed and creating concentrates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what I like to do. But I'm also good at controlling. I have a natural aptitude for building shit.
Yeah.
But I like to grow shit instead.
Yeah, that'd be nice. I mean, honestly, our society and economy is so corrupt and defunct that growing shit is regulated and guarded in a way.
It's hard.
Yeah. It's crazy. There's no land even in the cities, but there's so much land outside of the cities. But
yeah, and I lived in North Edwards, California, bro, in the middle of the desert, and I had some water rights on the land and everything. Put a well in, and then I got jammed.
Yeah, my cousin did very well in the cannabis industry and made a lot of money. A lot of people made a lot of money in cannabis. P. Diddy owns the dispensary 2 blocks from my house, and he's sitting in jail. But
it's crazy. It's like, if you get one and then go to jail, you're good. But if you have a record before you try to get one,
yeah,
it's hard. It is hard.
They get knocked over. The one by my house, a car has driven through it. They found it. There's never any news about the connections or who did these things or why there's so much beef, but there's turnover. That's the thing. Is I have observed employees who are probably interconnected to like the fire bombings age and the other chaos, but they make so much money, but they deal with so many, mentally deranged customers. So it's a little bit like dealing with a bar, you always get that one customer who causes 80% of your problems. So that's the difficulty of running a bar, running a liquor store. If you get robbed, you get shot, it sucks.
But it's just like what you say, like, especially with the way that the world is starting to look at like weed now, it is just like a bar. The people come in to get their service. Like the last time I was in Vegas, but they got a like in and out service with arms. This way you come out a whole different on the other side of the building. And they have people in their restaurant going, so this is what you can get today, and this is as a kid, weed was illegal as fuck. And I was like, damn, I should have gotten this thing earlier.
You get customers going in there thinking it's a clubhouse room and they want to talk to your sales associate for 50 minutes. So, I've seen veterans go into dispensaries, start fights and scream, I'm going to, come back here and, etc. And I mean, there's no easy business. Even if you work in concrete and you pave somebody's driveway and they don't like it, it's like you just never know when you're going to meet that customer who's like, fuck you. And you're like, what?
There's always that customer. There's always that one. What I do like, because this job is so fucking big, I don't deal with no customers. You know what I mean? Like, we go and we work, and like it's 5 different buildings that are 800,000 square feet apiece. We don't deal with no people. No people come where we're at. We're building data centers, and it's the largest data center that's ever been built. that QTS and Meta are building. So I stay out the way and I just rake in my dough. I just rake it in.
It's hard to believe that there's like 2,000 large data centers that are being built. But what I don't understand is the population fucking doubling or something? Like, how the fuck is it all just federally funded and they're getting huge?
And it's a data center that QTS is funding for Meta. And it's the largest data center on the planet.
Do you think?
It's big. Like, it takes an hour to walk across the building.
Wow.
It's huge, bro. It's huge. It's huge. The buildings are 3,500 feet long by 500 feet wide.
Do you
And I
think?
do carpentry work, metal work, and I run equipment. And, I do all these things. But like you said, yeah.
Who do you use? Who do you use for your home internet?
Me?
Yeah.
G-Fiber, son.
What's G-Fiber? Who owns that?
I'm guessing Google.
Oh, you use Google Fiber. Okay. Because I'm just wondering how, because I use AT&T and that's done via light, fiber optic light. So how do all these data centers play into that network? Like, why?
We just got a bomb threat last week that shut the whole site down.
Yeah. But what I don't understand is if they build all this extra capacity, how does that play into the pre-existing network of AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile, Comcast, etc.?
This data center, it's not them. It's Meta. This is a Meta data center. So if you ain't talked to Meta yet, buy them.
You're gonna have pairing points, right? So what they're built is just hyperscalers where they're gonna put a bunch of GPUs, a bunch of CPUs, right? So you can make all your goofy little AI music and AI pictures and AI videos. And matter of fact, for inside of data centers, that does like 70 petabits per second. Something AT&T, Comcast, Cox, those guys wish they could do on wide area networks. But those data centers basically connect to a wide area network that then connects to the 40 gig, 100 gig, national backbone. Just like any other data center, except these hyperscalers, what's crazy about them is just the amount of compute that they're shoving into them, as opposed to traditional data centers that have been around since the 90s.
It's different.
But it's a business opportunity, right? Because now Meta can even sell their capacity to IBM or even to Google, like that ability to, I guess, access, because it's almost like giving access to quantum computing, no?
I just build the buildings.
Purposes. They're not just, for one specific purpose.
But I'm like, look, that don't got nothing to do with me. There's 4,000 people on my job site a day that work.
4,000?
4,000.
Where is that?
Eagle Mountain, Utah.
Oh, you're.
That's the 20.
They think that's the 20 centers.
Yeah, I think that's the 20 gigawatt. They're trying to figure out how the hell they're gonna power that thing.
No, they're powering it. Each building has like 80 transformers that are like the size of a fucking house. And then on the other side, they have chillers. And it's the only data center that doesn't use any water.
Yeah, but
it's
what I just said. I said 20 gigawatt. Who generates 20 gigawatts of juice?
So if they use chillers, though, well, it runs on electric. It's just based off of like your home AC, right?
All I do is build things. Like, yeah, I do concrete. I run equipment. I do carpentry. I'm not an electrician by far. I don't have anything. That's how you die.
Yeah, but if you know how it works, that's how you make more money. I mean, I know a guy who's made many millions, and works for somebody who's made many billions building data centers throughout the world, in Japan, Indonesia, Singapore, all around the world. They're building data centers. They're not just building 1,500, 2,000 in the United States actively right now. They're building 20,000 actively throughout the. Am I wrong? Hello?
You should look up the Eagle Mountain QTS managed data center.
Right. So here's the challenge with power, right? So you're familiar with the city of Phoenix?
Yeah.
All right. So west side of Phoenix, there's something called the Palo Verde nuclear power plant, right? They've got 3 reactors. Those reactors combined only generate 40 gigawatt. Sorry, not 40, 4 gigawatts of power. So this data center, this 20 gig data center you're building in Utah, same one that they're building in Louisiana. Let me repeat myself. The Palo Verde power plant, which is 3 reactors, only generates 4. Where the hell are they going to get the other 16 gigawatts, right? So this is going to be the challenge with these hyperscaler data centers that are being built all across America, is the grid today doesn't generate enough. So if you take Palo Verde, which powers the majority of their working data centers out there, the problem becomes the generation of power to power these things at their max capacity, right? So when they say, hey, we're building 20, gigawatt data center, that means at max capacity we can generate that much, power. Problem becomes is the actual production of generating the power for the demand that these data centers are going to have.
Well, all I know is it's like a $15 billion project, and these engineers and planners, they have an idea, and we're building it.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, I'm not arguing. Yeah, it's not worth building. It's can I light it up to its full can I full capacity?
I feel like they believe so, and for me, that's job security. As long as they keep believing.
So
I got a whole bunch of I got like 10 more years of work on this project.
Chris, don't you know that Trump passed a bill that allows Meta and Google to build nuclear-powered reactors next to their data centers?
Well, then I might work on that next.
I didn't see nuclear. The only thing I saw was they could do LNG and other. There's a lot of people that hate it. Not this recent Friday, but last Friday, they closed those books like that. Somebody tried to sneak on the site. It all kind of like 800 police, like the whole city of police. There's a bunch of crap on Facebook. These things are going to destroy the world, and water will's going to run dry, and air pollution because of the generator test. I'm like, man, shut the fuck up. There's been data centers since the 90s. You guys know what you're talking about. The reality becomes, Trump, said, hey, go build nuclear power reactors, and Microsoft is funding, bringing, what the hell's the one here in Pennsylvania? 3 Mile Island back online, not the reactor that melted down, but the other 2. But it takes years. Like for brand new, even these micro reactors, it's going to take like 10 years for those to be built, get certified, jump through the hoops to have visible material to actually generate power.
Yeah, see, that's beyond my pay rate.
Yeah, well, anyways, I hope everybody has a pleasant evening. Dr. Adam. It up. I looked at the Google reviews, and people fucking hate that place.
They definitely hate it, but it's given 4,000 jobs.
What's interesting? What's interesting is most of the reviews truck drivers leaving the reviews and making deliveries to the facility.
Oh yeah, no. So the city of Eagle Mountain is like an up and coming little spot. I wouldn't even call it a city. More of a Richie town. It's just like all new, like track houses that are, very expensive and big and nice. And they get 4,000 people every day driving through their shit going to build. And then, 100 trucks a day. And they're like, what the fuck is this? Like, traffic is fucked up in their town. All because we're coming in. Money into these shit. So they're mad, but they're not mad, but they're mad again.
That need not be discussed in a room full of fans. Let's all just take the deepest.
Yeah, here in PA along the Schuylkill River, it's a river that feeds down past Philly into the Delaware. They're looking at building a bunch of these, not that scale, not that size, and man, everybody's fighting it. And, the little, they call them townships, like something that's smaller than a county, and they're just like, no, we don't want them here, get them out of here. They're gonna kill the birds. It's insane. Some of the signs I see on my commute to work, I'm like, oh my god, you people have lost your minds. And one of the local senators, she's like, yeah, we need to wait 3 years, before we do this. I'm like, what? So you can get the credit? So the next administration gets the credit for all the tax revenue that's going to come with these things. Yards away. If that didn't kill us, the data center's not going to do that.
A lot of people say people don't like them. Some people like them, some people don't. For me, I'm just like, I'm not on the corporate end, so you can't not like me. I'm just out here building shit. I do safety. I run equipment. I do a lot of carpentry shit. I don't even do steel work. What the fuck is this motherfucker talking about? No, I'm not going to do no mushrooms today. No, hell no. I'm going to bed.
Illinois or federal or Texas state code, 42.6505. A lot of people say.
away with egregious things too. You feel me? We shouldn't be looking at the next man because he gets just as much love as the next man. You just don't really see.
He need to love himself. But guess what, bitch? When you come for people's children and when you come from women, that's what he.
Like I was like, okay, like I like figured out how to get that money, and so I had to data and like submitting it, and I got like $60,000 in a week, and he was like, "This is so great," and we had, and even so, like this stuff should have been billed like a year ago, and we had like the deadline of 1 year, and so we had like lost money from that too because it was just the deadline hadn't been met. Wow. So yeah, he was like that, like he like came to me, the doctor, and he was like, "That is so like greatly appreciated. Like you don't understand how much I appreciate that." Blah blah blah. But yeah, I was kind of like, this was something that was kind of looming over, and they were like, "I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with it. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do?" I was fucking like,
did he? I know, right? Like, it's just crazy how many incompetent people have like make so much money and they're not doing anything, and they're messing.
People can kick him, I think.
Oh,
Try to kick him.
Who told you that? That's not true.
No, I can't.
Some people been kicking him. I'm like, how can they kick him?
That's not true. You can't kick them.
That Alpha girl, whatever her name is Alpha. And she was kicking up the court.
Hello?
Alpha doesn't have a plus.
What are all these numbers down in the audience?
That's why I'm asking, like, how the hell is she did it?
She's not. She's messing with you. It's probably John and Andrew, and they're coordinating to make it seem like she has some power that she doesn't have.
What? They're gone.
Yeah, see, I just took them all out. Yeah, I figured out how to do it. How he's doing it.
How did you do that?
He uses a private browser and just opens up.
Probably also a place you can go. The Shah of Iran or the Ayatollah or whatever. You can go to Switzerland as well.
You could also put a lot of illegal money into banks in Switzerland.
Hi, excuse me, but is this room what's left of Rhodesia?
Jason, what do you think of this look?
Hi, moderators. I was asking, is this what's left of Rhodesia? Thanks for considering my question.
I kind of like the poofy pants.
This room is too gay to be Rhodesia.
Those are some poofy pants. I like those Mao suits, actually. I think it would be good if we wore them. You know, one of the best things about the Mao suit is, does this have it's good protection. Back of your neck. I think it's very practical.
I think it's kind of communist to admit that they like.
Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal.
It's the C to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency never. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. It's a black tax socialist, a taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Abortion Greyhound buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam.
ChicagoMail.com.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $40 billion to give to Crowdy Nunn. The CPU is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax.
Wait, you're gonna be realistic with us right now? You're gonna be genuine with us, Pepe? It's not that I got in. Stop going. I don't want to film the Pepe show every night. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around. Pass the mic around.
She's against the Jews. Stokes. Tracy Stokes. Tracy Stokes.
Anybody and everybody.
Kitover's not against the Jews.
Not Kitover, not Pepe. I'm talking about Pepe. He's against Pepe.
Oh, okay.
Kitover's against, Pepe's against the Jews. He's against Hitler. Oh my God.
The first step is admitting all your racist shit. Keep talking. Go ahead.
I'm just like Hitler. I love him so much. Oh my God.
Kitover is definitely against the blacks.
Okay, on the stage.
Wait, he's definitely against the what? Was that not King?
Yeah, he's against the blacks.
Kitover's against.
Dominating. And Pepe's show is always so dominating. He just that Republicans, that Democrats, and that no one votes Libertarian. So, sir, when you say that John Kitover doesn't like the blacks, sir, that's you projecting onto me. My best friend is black. My son is black. And I am black. I also want to say I am black.
You definitely said bad shit about black people. Kitover, you a fucking piece of shit, bro.
I am black. Look at me. Don't I kind of look black? Listen, just look at me. I kind of look black. Look at me. Just look at me.
And now I want to hear response. What say you the jury is deliberating, sir? Do you hate the blacks or what?
No, I got no problem with blacks. People want socialism and read it and
Wait, the reason I don't believe in this.
They love the blacks love Trump, okay? Don't even worry about it, they
used to stand up to Jews. You can call me a righteous Gentile. Like, this is where it's really funny.
Exactly. Articulate. Everything Pepe says is a lie and very low IQ. In fact, he can't articulate and he can't even ejaculate.
Sound like that woman who. Okay, the man was running for. You can fuck like a woman, man. What the fuck are you talking about?
Whoa, he was running for Congress.
You were straight a year ago, but then you were getting fucked by a white man, and you apparently got married while you were on club. Last night, like I don't want to go there, but I will be like really mean to you. So I'm just saying, if you want to go there,
It's not going to work out for you very well.
What? You're gonna get my account clipped? That's what you're gonna do?
This is the revolt against the Pepe show. Eventually, King Pepe everybody gets annoyed with King Pepe eventually. Pepe's up against the wall. Your back is against the wall, Pepe. The Pepe show is going nowhere. Dr. Pepe, we'd like to move the show along. If you could pass the mic, please. Thank you, Dr. Pepe. No more tantrums for the night, Dr. Pepe. Please, Dr. Pepe. No more tantrums, Dr. Pepe. Please. Let's progress the show. Let's progress the show. To be determined, ladies and gentlemen. This is the President Trump's house.
Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the broken the books, transparency. Standing tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon standing tracker. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon standing
And this is the only process.
The schizo and word Tourette sufferer.
They gave me from the wrong. You sent our paychecks with a smiling mask. Oh, it can't be changed. Why you pass that? Your friends at the table, eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You bought a mountain full. Some paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the billion on spin. Cash goes out with locked in. Open up the books right now. Slowly numbers line by line. Transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tag. You calling for the people, but the doors stay closed. Same names on the contract, every story we told. You preach about a purple, then raise the toll. The whole city in a chokehold, just to feed the road. We're tired of slow. We're done with fiction, this is all out. Brandon Johnson is a tag. They never want to pay it back. All the bills are on spin. Cash goes up with locked in. Open up the books right now. Show me no money. Transparency on it.
Oh yeah, that's good.
The Berserker Viking.
With a smile and laughs, call it care, call it change while you pass the hat. Your friends at the table eating out the black. We're stuck in the checkout line, doing the math. You borrowed a mountain for a parking lot dream. Sunday name on the dial, like it's free, free, free. We wake up to letters with a red screams. Every promise on paper. Feels deep to me. When the Johnson is attacked, when the ones who hate life, we don't take on street.
on the kitchen table. Red ink, same name on the label. You call it fair share, I call it a shakedown. Smile on the podium, hands in the playground. 1-3 in the dark coast counting. He's lined up, hands out, all bouncing. Heels speaks like a script from a play. Kansas is rough when you got shot. Brandon Johnson is the test. Every paycheck comes out. You talk shit, but you lay out fast. Brandon Johnson is the test. Affordability, just a fucking modifier. Race card, higher when you call me as an liar. Your brand every critic and then the real. My family's through the math and can't cut off. They don't laugh for a big spend quiet. Friends get fed, chasing a riot. You promised life, just give us bed. We're beating up, you got it in. Brandon Johnson is the test. Paycheck comes on my tag. You talk shit, but you lay out fast. Brandon Johnson is the test. Family see we want the facts. Always ready on public tracks. Brandon Johnson is the Brandon Johnson is the test. Every paycheck comes on my tag. You talk shit, you lay out fast. That's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the test. Family see we want the facts. Always ready to come up last. Brandon Johnson is the city boys on the Hey, one three in the dark, who's counting? Grind up, hand down, all pouting. CPU speaks like a script from a play. Kids use this prompt when you cash that pay. Brandon Johnson is the test. Every paycheck on your check. You talk shit, but you lay out fast. Standing in the suits, that's a fact. Brandon Johnson is the test. Hey, say it loud and run it back. Open up, let's strike it.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. He is a scam. Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Explanation now. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor. Johnson is a scandal. Johnson is a $1.3 billion to give to growing on. Profits the C2.
you is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a transparency. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Almost won $3 billion to get the party off. The CPU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Arlen Johnson is a god. Transparency now. Public now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public statement now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending now. Brandon Johnson is a tax. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Transparency now. Public spending now. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1 billion, now gives it on profits. The CPU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Johnson is the tax. Open the books. Transparency.
Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crying on. Profits will see to use of mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending track now. Johnson is the tax. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, taxations that affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronin None. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Organization of affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. No public spending tracker. No. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, a taxologist, all taxation is there. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronin None. Promise to see to you is a mafia propaganda. Organization is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Now, public spending tracker. Now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialist, a taxologist, all taxation is there. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a frown. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tag. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Trump $3 billion to get to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda. Reparations from black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialist attacks our Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. Oh, taxation is Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a
Give me the sign of the open eye. A riddle of shadows light. The thorny thigh. The maddening cry. Open, open. I am awake. The serpent strikes with his jagged claw.
Keep trying.
Beasts emerge as the gods withdraw. A storm of silence, a broken
Today.
reborn on the
practical answer is you write 100 songs. And Stevie Wonder did this. Like there was a period where he hadn't released it on time, and then I remember reading an interview, and he said, "Yeah, I got like 150 songs I've recorded in the last few years." And then he goes and he picks the ones he likes the best. You know, some of them might be dog crap, but you know, you start working on whatever it is you're doing. You start working on it. Sometimes it comes together, other times not so much. You know, that's just it. You know,
Kiss the bridge where hearts align. No fear, no sin, no weight to bear. And the sweetness whispers no fire burn like passion wild, no losing through like hatred piled. This body the only throne. Hunger's the beast, the sharpest body cries, its constant claim, but truly waits, it sets us free. Pain walks close, a shadowed friend. Each step we take, it will attend. But joy lies quiet, just out of view. A higher peace. Feel the weight, feel it break. Every ache, peace into the night. Happily free from strife, no wounds cling, no weight on life. Among the weary, we'll stand tall. Gentle voice for one and all. No hatred, no pain, happily live. Let the light give me the sign of the open night. A riddle of shadows where whispers lie. Thorn is eye, the maddening pride. Open, be open, be open. I am awake, the serpent shakes. Be open, do as thou wilt. The eagle strikes with its jagged claw. The beast emerges, the Do as thou wilt, as God can. By the mystical union of fairy and fawn, a dance in the shadows from dusk until dawn. Unspoken the whispers that drift through the trees. Unbroken the vow carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, I invoke. Through the flames of
He's a
the
final king.
embers, the spell is bespoke. Your arrows and slinging, their springs tender glow. A force wild and brilliant, a power I know. A secret communion of hearts left unsown. The listless, resistless, tumultuous tone. The veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. The warrior spirit ignites every dream. No Godhead can charm her. The throne
Victory is the decree.
Carried soft on the breeze. Oh, fiery Valkyrie, through the flames and the embers, as well as the stars. Your arrows are flinging in the spring's tender dawn. A force wild and brilliant, power I Confusion of hearts left unsung. The listless resist its tumultuous tongue. Through veils of the morning, her armor does gleam. Warrior spirit ignites every dream. No godhead could charm her, no throne could command, but manhood awakened, she took up her stand. In brilliance as the ends, her fire does burn. The goddess of fiery Valkyrie, I invoke, through the flames and the embers, as well as the smoke. Your arrows are flinging the spring's tender glow. Force wild and brilliant, a power I know. By force of fashion alive, through the shroud, through the cloud, where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive. To the mountain canyon climb, by the rage of the flame, I invoke, I evoke, my fire in the sky, I evoke. Through the midnight madness we spoke. You are mine, you are mine. silhouette carved in the shadow of night, the stars overhead.
As I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize it's nothing left. Cause I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. But I ain't never crossed a man that didn't deserve it. He be treated like a brother, you know that's unheard of. You
Scroll and you'll miss it. After nearly 1 year in, we're already one of the top 20 fastest growing.
자기는 순간 무서웠어요.
무섭다는 생각은 안 들고 경고라는 생각. 만약 성스러운 탄력이 있었으면 바로 안 되고 죽을 수도 있었는데 이제 앞으로의 삶이 그때 죽지 못한 후회가 백배는 좋지 않겠어요. 더 시청을 해주지 않았어요. 북한의 삶
Burn cold and bright, but they can't touch the heat of that flame. I'll rage, I am bold, I'm fire, I'm by the force of the fashion of love, I collide through the shroud, through the cloud where secrets reside. Through the storm, through the smoke, I survive, I survive. To the mountain, volcanic alive. Lowland sea whispers low to the shore. The swing of the moon pulling tides and more. You're smooth into me like a spell, like a door. Tonight we can't quiet the storm.
Wow, here. Hold on. You can tell it's me. You don't need surprise when you have super ears. As a disabled person, he had the audacity to act so arrogantly, and that infuriated me. So I decided to go ahead and turn him from blind to deaf. What happens if, I don't know, I do this? And you're just another useless fucking blind guy. This must be some kind of joke. I warned my assistant Ashley that any arrangements involving the hero team had to go through me first. Otherwise, she'd end up just like Blind Spot. What made you think I would ever allow a crew? There are no truly innocent people in war that when rooting out terrorists, collateral damage is unavoidable. But that line convinced no one. The crowd wasn't swayed. Instead, they exposed my hypocrisy to my face. You don't speak for us! You don't speak for us! You don't speak for us! The up-close humiliation pushed me completely over the edge. I realized what just played out was nothing but a violent fantasy in my own mind. Because I needed the people's worship, I didn't dare act on it. Faced with the ever more vicious wave of condemnation, I finally couldn't take it anymore and fled the scene. Huddled in a corner, I watched the live stream denouncing me on my phone, furious and powerless. Terrified of losing the glory I'd built for myself, yet I couldn't suppress the urge to use my powers to deprave. A mentally ill president, or the 25th Amendment, and impeachment, which is impossible. You gotta stop putting yourself up as a... Porn is an addiction. I am Optimus Prime, and this message is to my creators. You've planted Earth alone, because I'm coming for you. What's happened in my world?
Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to Cronynon. To you is a mafia propaganda. Organization affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency now. Public spending tracker now. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax socialists are taxologist. All taxation is theft, affordability is a scam. Buses are murder for profits. Open the books, transparency. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Brandon Johnson is the scam. You send our paychecks with a smiling mask. Call it can't go to change. Why you pass it? Eating out the back. We're stuck in the checkout line. Doing the math. You borrow a mountain full of parking lot dreams. Sign your name on the dime like it's free, free, free. We wake up to live with the red and screams. Every promise on paper feels cheap to me. Brandon Johnson is a tax. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spins. Cash goes out with our pay. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers like my life. Transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tax. You call it for the people. The doors stay closed. Every story just to feed the road. We're tired of slogans on a green blue sign. Wanna call it spending sucker in real time. Not enough for the walk on our dime. We're done with fiction, this is our line. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We're the ones who bring it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes up with black red. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers like my life. Transparency on it. Brandon Johnson is a tag. We want receipts. Every cent, every check, every beat. Brandon Johnson is the tag. We're the ones who pay it back. All the bills and all the spit. Cash goes out with locked in. Open up the books right now. Show the numbers like my life. Put the truth on the giants. Spit all kinds of cash. Brandon Johnson is the tag.
a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tap. Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. All of what humanity is a criminal. The PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Humanity is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the terror. Transparency now. Explanation now. Brandon Johnson is the snake. Brandon Johnson is the scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black socialist technologist of taxation. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Yeah, Brandon Johnson is a criminal. The PTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Humanity is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the town. Transparency now. Explanation now. Brandon Johnson is the scandal. Brandon Johnson is a scam. Reparation for black slaves is a scam. It's a black socialist for technologists of taxation. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal.
Extra 17 now. Public, spend a check on
is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax. Socialists are taxologists. All taxation is theft. Affordability is a Johnson is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is the Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony non-profits. The CTU some mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Brandon Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending reparations for black slaves is a scam. It's a black tax, socialism, taxologists, all taxation is theft. Affordability is a scam. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a fraud. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a scam. Chicago tax. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a liar. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson is a criminal. Borrows $1.3 billion to give to crony nonprofits. The CTU is a mafia propaganda organization. Affordability is a scam. Johnson is the tax. Open the books, transparency. Public spending tracker.
He was scrolling instead of living, half reading an email from his sister about a checkup. Probably nothing. He started. Told himself he'd reply later. Later. Had become a hallway he never walked down. A word that sounded gentle and turned like a knife. That was the moment the years fell in line. Not a flash of light, not a thunderclap. Just a quiet choice in a quiet room. You picked up the phone. I can drive you. And every year after, bent around that sentence. Hospital air, too bright, too clean. The doctor's mouth moved.
Favorite restaurant owners, it's a reparation.
His sister's fingers dug into his sleeve. On the ride home, she laughed, called him a nag, her personal chauffeur. He stared at the red of a traffic light, thought about the email he almost ignored. In that one-room memory, he could still see the cursor blinking, like a tiny, patient heartbeat. So we like to count in the day, man. That was the moment the years fell in line. Not a flash, not a thunderclap. Just a quiet chill, just a quiet. Every year after. Those days he would have spent alone. Not crowded with beloved friends. Photos of fridges that never existed.
The sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nights of the stars. What do with these? To me, only the distant flute, the abiding vision of God. On all sides, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of God. The taste of the utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The sixth interior sense of flame with the inmost self within myself down. The precipice of his peace. What? Annihilation.
Yeah, I first met him and I was like, I went with him to get his haircut. I think I was like with you guys. I was like pissed off.
I remember him going to the place to get his haircut. Some kind of weird conversations happening there. Can't remember them.
So yeah, he was like talking to like the staff about like some weird shit, but I was like not allowed to like go with him, like, which was like weird. But so yeah, he was like over there getting his haircut, and he's like, and then like so one of the guys that works there, he's my patient, and so he like comes over to me,
talk shit about the guy.
Yeah, talk shit about him, and I'm just like, oh my god, this is like fucked up, da da da. And then I'm like, yeah, there's like certain things about him that are just, I don't know, like, just like fucked up. And so like, we leave and I like go off on him, and I'm like, you and I are not friends.
They call Olivia. John Kitover's the number. But do you want to see a picture of her? He literally sent me pictures of it and posted it on his Snapchat. And this is because okay, let's see. Did he die? I mean, not die. Obviously, he didn't. But did he need to? Oh my god. Yeah. So he was just self-harming. He wasn't trying to kill himself. Yeah. That's like basically like, let me do this, and then she'll freak out and be like, oh, I'm gonna take you back, or whatever. I'll be like, he looks really white, Olivia. Yeah, he's light skinned. He's like light skinned. Like I was expecting him to be like much darker. Why? A lot of these Pakistanis. There's a ton of light-skinned Pakistanis because they've been breeding that way. Do you understand? We prioritize whiteness, and they've been breeding that way.
Not much. The wrong person because of some flickering idea like that came to me, I'd get rid of them quickly. I don't like any feeling of being victimized.
Yes, please do.
Anything for Puerto Rico commercial? A bunch of ships up there, and probably won't until the office of Robia, who will be facing. Who do you think Corbin? I think Corbin could eat it up.
No, that's not it. Come on, there's got to be 20 words in here somewhere.
Okay, if she's more comfortable on Nico and Joe in the morning, we should businesses or the CIA. Palantir was created with Peter Thiel by the CIA, by Intel, right? And Peter Thiel massive amount of his venture capital firms, has the largest holding in Epstein's estates is in compare himself to King David, no apology. You know he sells like songs, David? He sells like hymns. He sells compare himself to King David, no apology. And you know he sells
Ben Bailey sells hymns.
Can you explain to us your belief system?
into my loneliness. Snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of heaven on all sides, back to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of pan pervading, the taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. The six interior sense of flame, the immortal. Even to the abyss, annihilation.
and into loneliness as to
My God, how I love thee. The appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle